it sucks that it's a thing, but that's what it is. So today we're gonna be checking out Parcel Simulator. We checked this out, I think it was a little over a year ago when it first dropped, and binged the crap out of it. 100% it did everything. But they're coming out with tomorrow. There's going to be a really, really big update, and I've got early access to it thanks to the developers and all that. So we're gonna be checking that out. Now, I'm gonna take a quick peek at the accessibility stuff just to show it. You know, you can have motion blur, you can turn that off. You can adjust your field of view, which is a big thing for people with motion sickness. There is multiple language support. That's kind of the big things here. We got a lot of language represented. The developer is like really solid about feedback and everything, to a point that if you look at here, there's even a feedback there, and very genuinely does listen. It is a lone developer, one developer working on this, and has been doing a bang-up job. So, to explain what this game is. So Parcel Simulator, you start the game, they plunk down some boxes, and you look at the boxes, and it goes, okay, this box is going out by flight to this place, and you gotta compare the labels. So you got kind of almost like a Papers, Please thing, where it's like, okay, is the country label right? Yes. Where's it going? Okay. And you kind of do like that data attrition, and if it's wrong, you know, you'd be like, okay, it's wrong, get it out of here, rejected. Okay, that one's right, send it out in the appropriate bin. And that would be one thing if that was all it was. But very quickly, the game has a really good pacing where it's like right around the time you're like, you know, I really don't want to check these country labels anymore. Like, I'm just starting to get to the point where this is going from fun to a little bit, like, tedious. And then they give you automation. So then you get the machine that you put it in there, and the machine just scans it and, you know, automatically rejects or, you know, gets rid of it. So you no longer need to check that piece of data. And then, you know, they introduce a new piece of data that you have to kind of check. And there's like a whole process behind that. So it starts manually, and then it gradually becomes more and more of an automation game. It does a really good job of it. So with that said, let's go ahead and get in here. This is the save file I had from the last time I played, where we got all the achievements. So you see it took me 60 in-game days to do it, at which point at the end it's in at almost $700,000. We are going to be getting a new save, and that's 30 in-game days, not real-life days. I think it took me like 4 or 5 play sessions to do that. Okay. Yeah, I forgot they have like a, trying to think of where that is on a QWERTY keyboard. Oh, that'll also zoom in? View the inspect tablet. Oh. I'm sitting there thinking like H trying to like push the button. And it's not asking me to push H the button. It's, you know, talking about that over there. We're just picking up the trash. We're not monsters. Okay. Alright. Welcome to Parcel Co. Welcome to Parcel Co. I'm Boss Man, the head honcho around here. We are thrilled to have you on Cardboard. Your mission, if you choose to accept it, spoiler you did, is to ensure every parcel gets the red carpet treatment. Here's a typical day in the warehouse. Pick up parcels from the delivery door. Inspect the parcel labels for issues. Attach an approval or denial inspection sticker to the parcel. Finally, submit them at either the export door for valid parcels or the return chutes for invalid parcels. Fetch parcels from the delivery door at the far side of the warehouse and inspect them at this inspection table, then submit them as valid or invalid based on a set of ever-changing criteria. Yeah, this is yes. The big thing I would differentiate it like from that comment is as it goes along you automate. So it does slowly turn from like Papers, Please into almost like a Factorio game. But yeah. So this tells us that we have our different types of cargo, road, rail, air, and maritime, and at different days, different ones are available. Road is always available, rail is available everything but weekends, boats are only on Tuesdays, and Wednesday, Thursdays are flights. We have our country labels, pretty straightforward. We have our billing. I don't have anything here. And this is your progression that you get your licenses, so we can, you know, examine weight, serial number, and then we don't even get to see the other ones till later. We have the parcel types that you'll get over time, which is different bag type that they're on consideration. Here's like where you see like all your equipment for stuff. Oy, sorry. And then we've got our storage stuff, which can be very helpful for a bunch of things. So right now, we're not going to worry about that. You ready to start your day? Open for delivery. Parcel inspections. Check parcels for valid country flag and cargo type on the top left. So what we do is we take this over here. And I will need to remember how to do this. So, country flag. So that's correct, that's correct. So we'll print an approval label. Affix that. That's the rejections. And you go right on down. And now they're like, okay, we've showed you the basics. Do it for realsies. So now if we look at this, that is the valid thing there. But if we look at the parcel type, sorry, the cargo type, there's no mail icon. So this is actually a bad one. So we take the bad one over here because that little envelope symbol is not correct. And then sometimes you get them where they're already pre-approved. You don't have to inspect them when that happens. Normally you won't send it away per vehicle or whatever. You have new mail. Nice work submitting your first due package. You're really getting the hang of things. Did you know that you could submit parcels in batches to earn bonus income? Save with penalties. Alright. Okay, that's a pre-approved one. So get it out of here. Alright. It'll take me a moment to get the controls back down because it's been a hot minute. Alright. So that's rail, but we have a problem. That's not a rail entrance. So that goes in the corner. Oh, and I'm sorry, that is a rail entrance. I take that back. Alright. That's wrong. The flag doesn't match. As you can see right now, everything's a little manual. Okay, reject that one. And reject this one. Because again, the country flag is wrong. And the reason I'm grabbing all these off right at the beginning is because it takes a little while for the truck to come back. And as time goes on, you want to be in the habit of emptying out the truck first. Okay, you're good. Yeah, that's the music in the game. I remember we had the last time I played, we did the music for a while. And then we got rid of it. Alright. We're looking for... you get a penalty. Is a training program for AI? No, why would you say that? This is inspecting. Can you reject without label? I believe you are supposed to label it. You might be able to, and it might be blissfully unaware, but I believe you are supposed to label it. It got, it picked up on you reject. It was a tenuous one, but that's just the way automod could be sometimes. Like, I have no problem. Oh, you're full. And there's all sorts of cheesy strats you can do in this game. Like, I'm not doing it, but there's a thing where, you can just keep grabbing packages while the day's going on, and take all the time you want in the night to deal with it. So you could just sit here and deal with this. Wait for the truck to come back. And then take out the packages to just get all the packages one big sitting. Yep, so no more packages will show up, because we've hit the end of the day. But it is one of those things that you end up able to work past the hours. Just genuinely desire to do that because you get the bonuses for shipment size and all that. Hamburger is not a valid shipment type. Cargo container is not a valid shipment type. Alright. Okay, in this case... you can send them on their way to get money. Alright. So what'll happen now is before we start the next day, we do have some money. And so if we look at this, there's all these licenses I get, but I can't get them until I actually have the thing. We can go to the shop, and I can go ahead and get the industrial scales, basket, checkout. I want to do right now, put you 1 second. I want to make sure I turn this such that it's easy for me to do the inspection. Alright. Okay, so we have more we can do. So we want to go over here and get our licenses. So at this point we can now check weight stuff. Start weighing parcels. Good work picking up the weight class inspection license. It's nice to finally have an employee that wants to do more work. For the next delivery day, we'll weigh parcels on the scales to check the weights labeled correctly. Go to the weight tab to inspect the weight. So yeah, so we'll have like A through E on the weight scale. We did pretty well on our first day, so I think we're going to go ahead and reward ourselves. Never mind, I can't afford the wall, that's fine. Okay, well, no more parcels today. So we're going to go and go to sleep in our wonderful digs. Okay, so we spent $475 on equipment and licenses. We made it $821 on stuff like that. Always clean up your trash. Alright. So, your first bill is here. Dear Electrocity customer, we're illuminating that we've zapped over your first bill. Amazing! Check out your billing tab. We send bills every 3 days. Pay with 3 days to avoid interest. If you miss a payment, the full amount plus interest is collected automatically after 5 days. So, bill, we'll pay her $36. Alright, so the new thing we have is A through E, and basically they can have a higher label, but they can't have a lower label than their weight class. Country labels are still going to be the most complicated one for us. That's all fine. Alright. So you're pre-approved. Get out of here. It's 23. So E is good there. I probably should do the weighing last because it seems to be the slowest. Let's see. So E is the highest weight, so we're good there. The country label's wrong. The real game is having to optimize the mail sepology subject to maximize complexity limits of the stamps. Okay, that one's a reject. It's got a helicopter as the icon for its delivery type. We don't offer helicopter. But basically, it's easiest to try and spot, like, whatever you can to negate it being acceptable as fast as possible. Alright, the country flag is wrong. We do not offer delivery by rocket ship. Okay, that part looks fine. So 16. Enduro weight C. That means it's too heavy. Got implant. I almost rejected it thinking that wasn't on the list. Okay, and you are C, so it's got to be under 15. That's good. I thought I was going to be able to just grab the label and go over there. It's fine. Okay, that's all good there. And you are a weight D. And weight D can be up to 20. So you're good. All right. Has to be 15 or less. They massively overpaid for shipping. Corporate thanks them for their generosity. That I already know are correct because we've seen it enough times. Oh, you are overweight. You are allowed 15 or less, and you're at 18. So you're A, I believe that's 5 or less. So you're overweight. We're doing good work here. We are successfully, we've only delivered, what, 2 packages have gotten through? All the others have been rejected. You have the wrong flag. Okay, that's all fine. You have to be below 15. You are. All right. Envelope is not correct. We don't offer delivery type envelope. Birthday cake is not correct. Please send birthday cake. I believe that's right. So E, this has to be below 30. Okay. Needs to be 15 or less. But as you can see, we're going to get more and more information on this. It won't be too much longer before we get some level of automation in there. So recognize all those. They need to be 15 or less. Okay. That flag is not right. Okay, we got our last set of boxes. Yeah, usually at the end of pretty much every day, you're gonna get at least some kind of progression. Yes, that's all right. Needs to be under 30. The idea that someone's got, like, the lightest tier of package and is paying, alright, our container's not a valid shipping label. The idea that someone's got, like, the lightest tier of package and then they're paying the maximum weight for the package is deeply upsetting to me. So that's gotta be below 20, I believe. Just barely. And let's get our cash. Alright, so with that, if we go to the shop, I can't get anything else until we upgrade our warehouse by 1. So, there's our first warehouse upgrade. Cargo type display. Submit parcels through the correct cargo type export door. If no available doors are for the valid cargo, set the parcel aside and check the cargo type calendar for the next day. So we have now made available the planes. I'm going to grab my shelves. Put it right here for now. So in days that we don't have flights coming in for cargo, we got to put it on the shelf over here. Investigate the contracts room. You can accept contracts from companies to earn additional income. Prepare parcels for a contract and submit them via this room. Yeah, so what'll end up happening is they'll be able to open that door and they'll be like, hey man, if you give me these kinds of packages, I'll give you a bonus. Alright. So I still have more money. So we're gonna get our next thing, which is a serial number scanner. Well, serial number keypad. So let's grab that. Used to deal with those UPS mail regs where you remeasure mail a couple of times because if it's one in bigger price, it goes up to like $30. Oh yeah, and that's the reason why it's like, dude, man, you are not going to be just sitting there taking the higher price. All right, so we've got that. So then the next thing I need is, it doesn't do me a good to have the ability to inspect things if I'm not licensed to get those packages. So, serial number verification. Alright. The warehouse expands. Wow, look at you go. Great to see you're focusing on improving company profits and expanding your warehouse, even at the detriment of your own sanity. The new warehouse tier gives you access to new export door that accepts parcels with air cargo type. This cargo type only comes twice per week, so check on the cargo type delivery schedule. Hi, you're a serial inspector. Hi, what's a parcel inspector's favorite herb? Parsley. Anyway, well done on being proactive at purchasing the serial number verification license. It's nice to finally have an employee who cares about making their boss more money. From the next delivery, your parcel serial number is on the keypad. Go to the serial number tab to inspect and learn more about it. Yeah, and I remember the serial numbers, if I recall correctly, were not that complicated. Yeah, so it's 3 sets of 3, and it can only contain numbers. That's the big thing. And then otherwise, I have to actually go to this thing and do like the beep 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 beep, and it'll say valid or not valid. All right. Okay, so we spent more money than we made, but that's because we did a bunch of upgrades. We expanded our warehouse, got more license and equipment. The amount of money we'll make per day will go up. And like I said, relatively soon. Can you use the numpad? I'm pretty sure you can, if I recall correctly. Do I need to do this? Absolutely not. But I don't want to live in my own filth. Alright, so if we look at today, we do have the plane is available to sell packages by plane. This, oh yeah, that's just the rejection thing. Yeah, so all 3 delivery types are available today. We don't have enough money to spend on anything, so there's nothing due to do. Okay, it has an invalid shipping label, because we don't do box as a delivery type. Alright, I probably should have done that while I was at the desk. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so it's 801, 408. That's not valid, it's got the wrong number of numbers. Needs to be 333. Alright. $16 is fine. So 627 483 776, and you're good. Right, correct number of stuff there. That looks good there. Okay, 583 231 488. All right. I'm pretty sure that's shipping label's wrong. Yep. That is not a correct flag for the country. How dare. I think the serial number is where your parcel storage house updates. Pretty sure that flag is wrong as well. That isn't, you know, a blue background with like a gray cross on it. And I eagerly await when we get conveyor belts and all that stuff. Is that right flag? Yeah, it's the right flag. Alright, so 390-8 390-849 632. Invalid serial number. It doesn't have enough digits. It needs to have 9 digits. This has 8. It's good. They're doing a real massive update tomorrow. We got early access to it. Shipping type printer is not acceptable. So this one has like a new warehouse. There's going to be new information to go through. The new warehouse has multiple floors and a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, you got the email too? Cool, cool. Alright. It doesn't look like it changes much from the beginning so far from what I've seen. I was offered a save that gives me a bunch of money. Ooh, bad label. Bad. Oh, that's on me. That would have been my goof. Helps if I type the number in right. Good label. But yeah, so it's I think it's more late game from what I've seen. And also check out Simcopter 1, another fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend. Oh, good old Molland. Need good vibes tonight? Well, I hope I can offer those good vibes. But yeah, Sim's excellent. Does a lot of like simulation strategy, all that kind of stuff. Very much in that vein of things. So if that's your jam, you can find it there. Been doing a lot of retro games recently. Alright, so you need to be under 10. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I could blast through the game pretty fast for the earlier phases now. Pre-approved. Get out of my face. Eight eight 7-5-1-8 336. So it could be up to 20. It's 16, so we're good. You're gonna lose your mom tomorrow? I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, there's not really a thing I can say, like, as someone who has just gone through losing a parent very recently myself, my father passed away. It's there's just nothing that makes it feel better. You just kind of work through it. For me, it's just stay busy. But yeah. But hopefully I can provide you a distraction. That tends to be my way of handling these things, is staying busy, staying distracted. Let me process it slowly. Oh. This is gonna get me in trouble because I keep mistyping the numbers in. Luckily we haven't botched it yet. Alright. So it is genuinely invalid. Alright. Be up to 20. Yes. It will let you use the actual numpad. Oh. That has an X for a number. X is not valid. You thought it was a plane? If it was, then I made a mistake. Oh, I have a lot of package I got wrong today. Yep, I think I've been taking every single one of the plain ones. Yep, I just got into the swing of the fact that I can do plain ones, and I just put every single one of the plain ones in the area there. Yup. Mm-hmm. Yup. We botched it. Start over. I was so focused on making sure I got the serial number right, I was not paying attention at all. And that's what can get you in trouble. I'm pretty sure that's more incorrect submissions than I had the entire first time I played. Ooh, you're too heavy. Yeah, I want to say the first run I only had like a handful of, like in the entire time, only a couple that I got wrong. But that's exactly how it does go wrong, is just, you don't pay attention for 1 second. You can be up to 20. On the bright side, that's not what I want. Let's say on the bright side, though, now that I've got that out of the way, I don't have to sweat like, oh no, I'll ruin my perfect run. Sometimes it's good in games to just have it like scuffed right on the get-go. Alright. Okay. So let's check that. Oh, I had another one. That must have been before we noticed. Every parcel has a cargo type. Yeah, so it's basically being like, hey man, you got a bunch of these wrong. Shape up, dude. So license-wise, we can't get any more licenses till we have that. But we can go to the shop, and at 500 bucks... Okay, so no matter what, I have to just upgrade my place. Oh, right. Okay, so we have the earlier conveyors available. can't remember, though. So the very first of the automation machines is at warehouse tier 2. So let's go ahead and do that. That's weird. Alright. So now I've got 2 doors. I don't have any more money. But it does mean tomorrow we'll start being able to do the very early parts of that. Yeah, so I basically, every single one of the air ones, I misshipped. Because I just autopiloted, didn't think about, I was like, oh yeah, plane is valid. And chucked them in with all the other ones. And that can happen. That is one nice thing about the automation, is once you start setting that up, you can, avoid that kind of easy human error. Okay, so no planes today. But the others are valid. We don't really have any money. I need to remember that I actually have to pay my bills. Oh wait, it's every three days. Okay, well, nothing to wait on. Pre-approved by train. You are definitely an incorrect flag. Four, 4, 6, 7, 3, 1, 5, 2, 0. So it's 15. All right. And that's truck delivery. Okay, nothing super painfully obvious that's wrong. I'm pretty sure that's the correct country thing. It is. We can go ahead and rotate you. 7, 2, 8, 7, 6, 9, 1, 5, 2. That's right, we do have contracts available. Okay, that's fine. So contracts, there we go. Any 2 parcels to complete. Alright. Let's double check that. Was any 2? Any 2 parcels, just literally at all. Okay, that's a flight. So we'll just go ahead and chuck these in there. Actually, you sit there. I'm spending entirely too much time fussing with packages. Nine, 6, 2, 4, 7, 2, 7, 6, 8. Gonna be up to 10. What I'm thinking is I'll take 2 plain ones. Actually, you know what? If I just any 2 parcels, I don't even have to process it. Alright. Because regardless, whether it's a reject or whatever, not going out today. Alright. Okay. We don't deliver type birthday cake. And then you were a ground delivery. Ground delivery. Alright, 762-073-472. No, it's not right. 675-073-472. Okay. It's train. Trains are valid for today. Two 242-227-680. You can be up to 10 kilograms. You are slightly over the allowed weight. You are pre-approved. You're pre-rejected. Okay. And I'm just offloading the trucks really fast because the day's about to end. Just trying to get some last-minute income going here. Because it is actually one of the tricks you can do to, like, reduce... Oh, never mind. I can math. We actually have more time in the day. My bad. Uh, 406... 684 123. That should be an acceptable range. Ground delivery. That's the wrong country to flag. It's a valid flag, but just for a different country. Three 22414 Just needs to be below 30. Can you de-unlock features you have locked? I don't believe so. If there's something you don't want to be checking, there's a lot of automation you get in the game over time, and you can just focus on getting the automation set up as fast as possible on that. So, like, if you don't enjoy the numpad, for example, the next unlock I get is a serial scanner. Then instead of typing in manually, I could just beep the label, and I get a pass-fail on it. So you can only be up to, was it 5? We still don't deliver the birthday cake. Okay, this is an instant reject. We don't deliver to hamburger. Or we don't provide delivery type hamburger. Not yet, at least. We're working on it. Five nine zero 336 032. Yeah, because the game very much starts very heavy on like the inspection side and goes very quickly into automation. Hey, Fistful, thank you for the 185 streams you could do. Appreciate it. Oh, I must have taken a reject package and put it on there with both those wrong. I am not doing nearly as well as I did the first time. Okay. We only got one wrong in that. At least better. What's that weight again? Okay. I just assume all packages aren't valid. Uh, 267-592-032. All right. Bad serial number. Because, yeah, there'll be things about trying to automate some stuff as fast as possible. Pretty sure that flag's wrong. Oh, no, that's right. I didn't think there was 2 bars on the bottom. I thought it was just the one. Up to 15. All right. Get a couple more in here. And a couple more in here. And no more shipments are coming in today. Okay, this one's got a bad serial number. I can see it immediately, so I don't have to check any farther. Because luckily they don't be like, oh, you know, identify all the things wrong with the package, right? It's just like the first time you find anything invalidating, it's like, yep, that's enough. So 602 488 672. We up to 20. Was it up to 20? Let me double check that. Yep. I appreciate that. Just how many packages you reject in this game. Oh, oh. You go here. Pre-approved. But it's plain. Alright, 960 662 720. And also, every bit of extra information you get, 022, every bit of extra information you get on this does ultimately increase the value of your submissions, I believe. If I remember correctly mechanically how the way the game works. Uh, 532 637 312. Alright. Just verifying my number. And last package for today. We do not deliver by type helicopter. These more tapes than boxes and decorations these days. Alright, so we got 1,700 bucks. Yep, contract completed. Completing contracts. You can complete contracts at any time. Complete the active contract in as much time as you need. Inactive contracts will expire and new ones will be sent in their place. Oh, I missed that we're having that. Must have 10 parcels that are, see, no checks and destinations are required. They say it's for miscellaneous research. 6 parcels that must be valid. 1 parcel that must be valid. Alright, so 10 parcels that go by sea. Alright, so for licenses, I need warehouse tier 3 for that. We're not going to worry about that. We can unlock extra parcel types. And the extra parcel types you will see do offer me more money. But anything we could do to reduce my effort on my side is big happy. Okay. So the scanner conveyor weight. Serial number, I need the next highest tier thing there. So I'm going to go and immediately go, I want to automate the weight scanner. So with this, I'm going to shove you over here in the corner and grab my goodies. Because we can do with this, to grab this thing right here. I believe I can plunk it there. Put a conveyor belt for the input side. Hey, Bassett, how's it going? And then a conveyor belt for the bad output. So rather than adding more licenses and all that, I'm trying to get set up where I can start just chucking the boxes on a conveyor belt. And very quickly they will, they'll like go through, they'll do their scan and go on to the next thing. I'm doing alright. Okay. Alright, so we can deliver plane packages today. So there's our plane package from yesterday. And all other package type deliveries are valid today. I have to wait to pay my bills till the end of the day. Alright. So in theory now, I can just go here. Let's leave it at that for right now. Oh, I forgot the thing's relatively slow at the time being. Bad serial number. I also just realized I don't believe I have stuff by boat coming through. Yes, if it's by boat. My contract is by boat. Which is the snag. I just realized I don't actually have boat deliveries yet. So government contract I can't technically fulfill at this moment. Okay. Okay, it failed its weight. All right. Yeah, this should be the rejection side. Well, those are backwards. Womp womp. Basically we got two of them that'll just be wrong. And there's unfortunately no take-backsies once it goes down the chute. It's a plane. All right. Pretty sure that's a bad country label. Okay. Yeah, so you get two wrong here because I had my machine backwards. Yeah, so what I'm trying to do is do a visual inspection of obvious mistakes. And if we don't have an obvious mistake, I chuck it on the line. Making sure I was actually putting the correct shipment type. Okay. I keep forgetting it doesn't actually go on the desk. Alright, so 96948 4928. And that'll be a plain one. Eight three six 1000096. That'll be a truck. That's 751800256. Yeah, and the reason I did the weight one first is I probably would have done the serial number first if that was an option. I have to upgrade the warehouse again before it is. Yep, so that's a easy reject. Hey, Harry, how's it going? Thank you for the 150 stream streak, and I do appreciate it. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. Okay. All right. Four one three 634 560. It spatted out the incorrect information side, so off you go. Be approved. Off you go. Invalid serial number. Doesn't have enough digits. Until we start automating this properly, I won't be able to go fast enough to really use that second door much. Yep, and that'll be those ones. Oh my god, please. We are doing terribly on the attention to details in this one. Pretty sure that's wrong. The flag doesn't match the country. All right. We definitely want to get the automation side up. But there was one error there that I do all the time. Before the entire process, then slide down to shoot with no sticker. Yeah, that probably was one that I did. It's one reasons why I want to get the automation going as fast as we can. It is just one of those things that it's really easy to just make mistakes on that kind of regard. Okay, so there's your package is there. Your package is there. Your package is there. So I missed out a lot of potential money due to just the sheer volume of errors I made. Okay. So billing, pay our bills. We can look at our licensing. Don't really care about that. We can technically go and get ourselves the better packages. These better packages will give us more options. I want to stick to the shop stuff first. So, sticker checker conveyor. And that'll be the thing, like, if we got stickers there. I'm vaguely trying to remember... Isn't there, like... I swore there's a way to upgrade the actual doors. Oh, I think it's not in this menu. Yeah, upgrades. Delivery size, speed, export size. Yeah, conveyor deliveries at 1500. You can have it where you can have a conveyor belt that goes right here and just drops it in. And once we have that, I could feed it into the first machine and keep going. Hey, cause Jackie, it's going pretty good. We're not doing our best on attention to details this time. I've already made more failure packages than I did the entire last time I played through the entire game and got 100% on it. Is this a playtest? Create an early release of the update? Yes. The devs reached out and they gave me early access to the update. Alright. He failed with a 100% accurate machine giving him the answer. I did. Because I had it backwards on the reject and accept side. Alright. So I can get the serial number scanner, but I kind of want to wait on it. Because that's a third of the price of the serial number scanner here. So I'm partly like, let's hold out and deal with that later. No, it's just one more level, which is 1300. Some of the later ones will have a much higher requirement. That said, I mean, I'll just get them all. It's fine. Let's see. The one... that's not what I want. Yeah, I don't really see a need to get the faster, bigger delivery sizes yet. Those aren't going to help me a whole lot in my current situation. Remove that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because no matter how many of those I buy, I will want more. Oh, it's going to be 5. Yeah. Yep, no, being able to move stuff and build stuff directly from pallets is going to be very nice. Alright. So the reason I'm adding more conveyor belts is to effectively act as a buffer. So that what I can do here is I can start going where I stand by the door and I just load up like 4 or 5 pallets on, or 4 or 5 boxes onto this. So I don't have to run around quite as much. And I'm also trying to prep for once I can have it tied directly into the door. Because the goal is to make it so I have to do as little running around as possible. Another thing I'm ultimately going to want to do... That'll be fine. Alright, I think we're good here because we spent all our money. Another thing I'm definitely going to also want to do is getting to the point where I have, like, right by my desk, I have, like, 2 or 3 conveyors. So I can be like, here's the rejected, and the box just goes to rejected. You know, here's the approved with this type, that goes directly over there. The faster I can get automation, it just, I can, as I get a new responsibility, I can offload a responsibility. Okay, so no trains today. No planes today. Only ground shipping. Go straight into the rejected. Uh, 656560512. I don't need to do that. I can just grab you. Okay. Your ground delivery. Have a nice day. Your trains. Have a nice day on the floor. Your trains. Have a nice day on the floor. You're rejected. You're rejected. You have an invalid label, so you're rejected. It is where I mentioned it's not a bad idea to have a conveyor belt that I could just drop stuff off that goes at least the rejection line first. Because then I can just put my workbench on there and then just toss it on the conveyor belt next to me and have it just take it away from me. It'll save me the running around. But all that requires money. Everything requires money. We do not do delivery by toboggan. Whatever you want to consider that thing. Still no helicopter. You think it was a cable car? Yeah, it's something along that line. Cable car, that type deal. Oh. Okay, you actually get delivered today. Yeah, suddenly second guessing that label. And that's regular ground delivery. No train deliveries today. No train deliveries today. Okay. That's a train delivery. Grab the rejected package. Yeah, I remember why we ended up, the last time I played, changing the music. It's just a matter of the playlist isn't that long. So it is a thing that, like, it ends up repeating pretty quickly. So we'll end up changing it in not super long. At least with being a repeating playlist, it's not like a particularly invasive one or whatever. Yeah, no, the contract, though... Oh! I see. I was reading C and just immediately assuming I had to deal with it. Alright, well... That's on me. Actually, let's grab all these ones on the floor here that I can't deliver right now. Alright, well, what we'll do is there's 6. I wasn't paying attention. You get rejected packages. That one, it says it doesn't care. It's like, we don't care what you do with the packages. So my thought is what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it all the packages I can't mail out today. Just the 2? Yeah, notice a lot of the contracts don't really care what the situation is with the mail. Oh, that's bad. Okay. I've not been good about checking those flags. Okay, so then all these ones, I need to get 10 out of here. So we're just going to load up all these ones that I can't deliver right now anyways. Because I'm not going to get paid for these for a couple of days otherwise. 3 and it needed 10. Four. Five. I need to get a pallet to drag stuff around. 6. 7. 8. And they'll have 9, and I needed 10 total. 9. Alright. And 10. I thought it was for more than that. Contracts. So, 6 parcels that are valid. 5 parcels that are valid. 2 parcels that are valid of road. 4 parcels that have that destination. Did those have to be valid? Yeah. Those are all invalid, and that's not going there. Alright, so you all go on the rejection side. Alright. Going to get marked that I have a ton wrong. I did have 1 wrong. Yeah. I made the mention that I wasn't doing particularly great on verifying the country stuff. And that's what we got punished there for. Is that I wasn't comparing the flags and all that. So let's go see here about our shop again. So we can go to our shop here. And we can get the sticker verification soon. That would be... Well, the sticker verification is just, is it approved or denied already? Obviously, I'd like to get some of these ones here for, like, the serial number and all that. So the warehouse upgrade is 1,300. I think for right now, I'm going to hold on to our money and try and get more of the machines that verify things. Will the pallet be convenient? I don't think the pallets were that much, if I recall correctly. That's not a bad call. I do remember it's like you have different tiers of pallets. And the ones you really want, you don't have access to right away. Yeah, 125 is not a bad size pallet. I'm gonna hold on it. It's not a bad call to get it. I'm just kind of thinking in my head, if it comes down to, do I get a machine today or the pallet? I want the machine. Okay, so you are by train. Trains are not open. It's the weekend. So not much to say there. No obvious mistakes. You don't ship today. Bad serial number. Let's be a little bit more diligent on our codes here. The packages do come from both sides. The issue I have is, because the bottleneck is me getting the packages off the truck and then inspecting them, it doesn't really benefit me much to run to the other door. In this case, it does, actually. But, a lot of times I just don't have the time. Oh, it's just the 2 this time? Must have grabbed one from the last time. But yeah, most of the time, I don't have the bandwidth to run over here to check this other door. We'll get to the point where we're using them all eventually. You've got a bad label, so I don't need to go any farther than that. Plain stuff over there. Plain stuff right there. All right. It looks like I have just enough time to like run over here and grab one package each cycle of these. That's a bad serial number. It's got a Y in it. You're not allowed to have letters. Yeah, no, you can fully automate it where you literally just sit back and it just kind of goes through the whole building one spot at a time. But like most games that feature automation, it starts out where you have to do everything manually and you kind of slowly work your way up to a point. Okay, this one is going to the contract. Wait a second, what? I don't remember if that came off the rejection side or if I just picked it up from where I threw it on the floor. Oh, no, 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 no! That was a plain one. I tossed it on there, saw the label, was like, wait, that's not right. But it slides down there much faster. So we have one we know we got wrong. We just need to reject all the packages. It'll be much easier that way. I want to say, actually, there was something around statistically the number of, like, rejected packages in the game that when it first came out, if you just rejected literally everything... Interesting. What stat do you buff when you took perception as a dump star? Or dump stat? Oh wait, this is one I already handled. Relative to what? Sorry, I'm not sure what we're talking about right now. What stat did you buff when you took perception as a dump stat? Oh, you're saying like I didn't put any points in perception, that I put it all in someplace else. Look, man. We don't always make the best choices on our stat distribution. Sometimes the min-maxing goes wrong. I don't think that flag's right. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to grab you. That's cool, Darth. I'm glad you enjoy your modding. But I mean, we have this conversation almost like every single day, buddy. It's just not something I tend to do, or whichever. I'm glad you're having fun with it, but I'm not super worried about real-life weapons or Fallout mods. I enjoy Fallout, but putting real life things into Fallout is something I just gotta go, eh. If something is pre-approved, is it possible for the information to be wrong? No. Well, the first time I played it, I was verifying everything again anyways, because I assumed that wasn't the case. You like this conversation? Right. But my point is still, like, it's not something I'm thinking worried. I'm glad you enjoy it, but I don't know. It's got a bad delivery type. We don't do cable car. Like, it wouldn't be such a thing. It's just, it's pretty much every single stream just about that you want to talk about whatever your latest Skyrim or Fallout mod is, which again, I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm not trying to like poo-poo it or whatever. It's just, you know, I don't particularly mod my games, so I don't really keep up with any of it. So it's like, I'm glad you're excited. It's cool that you're excited. Oh, that is trains that are not available today. That is not right. You almost okie-doked me. That is not the right flag for that country. The correct flag is green and black. That's not the right flag either. Bukow's flag has stripes. It is a correct flag, but not for that country. I believe that one is right. Alright. Okay, so nothing going out by plane. Does the post-quality life model of Spectral Island adding a monorail so you don't have to swim or walk the sea floor in your power armor? I just genuinely don't remember enough about Fallout, like, the different islands and traveling between them or any of that. Like, I very much loved the game and played the game a bunch when it came out. But it's not a game that I ended up... Okay, I only had one mistake today, and it was the package I threw down there, and me was like, no, 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 trying to, like, chase it down. Alright, so we can go to our shop, and I got 1,500 bucks. So we can... What we can do is actually, first of all, not do this, go to our upgrades, conveyor deliveries, upgrade that. So now, the boxes will be fed directly out. And so we can do back here now. That I stared that entirely longer than I needed to, being like, I'm about to do something and I know it's wrong, but why is it wrong? Okay. All right. Yeah, so we do have these conveyor belts now. And now's where we're going to start getting some of the automation properly in here. So what we could do here is I'm going to want to go to shopping. I will want 2 belts with twists in them. We can't afford any of these. Is there anything else here we'd want to do? Not yet. Okay. I have to have a joiner. Okay, so you're gonna get picked up. I'll worry about that in a minute. Because what I could start trying to do here... was X. Is just work on getting it so we can start merging these in. Because now every single box will automatically feed through that step here. You can also get that bringing over. I definitely need to get a pallet and all that so I could just build off the pallet. Because we can start getting more and more of these automating machines going, that'll be great. Alright, so you're not actually going to be able to reach anything particularly usable yet. Let's go ahead and pick you up entirely and chuck you over here. And sit you aside for a minute, because what I might be able to do is start shortening my walk. So when it comes time to reject packages, I don't have to run all the way there. I can just chuck it over here. And I think that's fine for now. And also go here. So I'll never be using those again. That's an extra $100. Okay. Can you sell packages like that? No. That's for equipment you've purchased that you want to, like, refund it. Alright. Oh, wait. We can... Cool, I caught the snoozing the ad at the last second there. I'm just trying to snooze the ad long enough that my wife, Toon, can get home. That way when she gets home, like, you know, I take my break then, not like, you know, have the ad happen, get done, and then immediately take the break immediately after the ad kind of thing. I'm also checking because she shouldn't be home yet. No, she's not home yet. Okay. I think if you were to make this style of game, you'd have to start a new day by punching in and out at the time clock. The day you're living at your job is too depressing for you. Yeah, no, it's designed to be like really dystopic because you're not only living at your job, this is your accommodation. You're in a shipping container. Alright. So all ground transport is valid today. Oh, hey. That's good for the contract. Do you have any drinking water or food in the game? No. It's the Amazon warehouse, you know, experience. Alright, and so now with this, I could just stand back and the boxes come to me. We can still take a quick peek, see if we see any obvious errors to yank them to reject them immediately. Those all look fine for right now. So reject, good. Okay. Needless to say, we'll want more conveyor belts so I don't have to run around quite as much. That's not the right flag, right? gonna happen. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Just staring at this being like, why does this feel wrong? Because it is. I see you. You're not properly balanced there. You just really want to prove everything for truck shipping, huh? Little bit. That flag's just busy. Okay. Oh, it was for boats? I didn't even notice. This is a big part of why I want the automation. Because the sooner I get the automation, the sooner I don't out myself as not paying that close attention to the details in this. It was train. Pre-approved. But as you can imagine from here, the next thing that happens is we expand on this, and I put my next verifying machine, and it basically will have like the rejection lane, because we don't care why it was rejected. Once it's rejected, it's rejected. You're a truck. So you end up having your, like, we're rejecting this lane. Just get it out of here. Okay. And there'll even be stuff for, like, sorting everything out where it needs to be sorted. Hey, no errors on that one. That's a bad shipping label. We can't ship cargo container. All right. That's the wrong flag. I do like when it can reject almost every package. flag again. That flag looks right. Okay. That's an invalid serial number. There's not enough numbers on it. Okay, meanwhile, we don't have any of this hooked up yet. We'll just shove it on the line. That's actually one of the things you can get, is when you start building up your whole thing. I remember building my setup, so I just had this giant, really long buffer. Glugwood is not a valid place. You heard me, people of Glugwood. Yeah, that's right. You are valid, but the place you live in? No. Exactly. You and your feelings and all that are valid. But Glugwood is not. Places don't get that extension. Corporations might be people, but places are not people. Not the right country sticker. In New Zealand, there are in fact geographical features that are people. Do you mean like they look like people, or like they have legal protections of people? So when do we elect a corporation to be president then? Only after, only after Texas executes one. Companies are people, bankruptcy is murder. Bankruptcy is something that you opt into, though. It's not done to you. Like, the bankruptcy is a thing you file as an individual to remove yourself from certain obligations you have. What's upon left? Oh, this is all the packages that are going to go out for flights. Right now, we're not delivering flights on this day. They're only twice a week, so we're just chucking it on the floor until it's time. But the legal personhood with their interest to be represented by the iwi of the more Maori area. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Now I get Storm. They're stored. I've got them properly organized. Okay. So I can get the sticker checker, which automatically goes and sends them, Alright, I really would like to get the serial number one and the country scanner. I mean, all of these are great. A lot of those are going to be locked behind a bunch. Let's just not fuss with this. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, 7. Eight. Alright. I think the next time I'm buying a pallet. Okay, so this will be the first machine that we have to actually kind of care about. Alright. So let's move our desk again. Because this is the approved lane. So what we want to do now is yoink this machine. I'm going to put this machine in its place. And anything that goes on this belt can go straight on out. Because that means it's got a rejection label. No farther action is on my part needed. So who sorts the parcels intended for the parcel sorting facility? Another sorting facility. Yep. Oh, I haven't been keeping track of time. Alright, well, Tomb's not home yet. So the idea here is going to be pretty simple. If a package is already rejected, it just goes straight on out, right onto the rejection thing. No farther actions needed. And thank you, Shadow Peon, for the Prime Gaming sub. You want to get one of those a month and use it here, and I do appreciate that. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. So thanks so much for that. Because pretty much what we're trying to do is automate ourselves out of a job as much as possible. Something, something, something. Job security, question mark? All right. Okay, so now any packages that come from that door that already have a rejection label, they are instantly rejected. So no sticker applied, approved. So we're gonna grab you. I need to stop doing that. I don't think you can go right... No, I wouldn't be able to go right from one to the other. So for right now... the potentially approved packages should go over here. Actually, I should probably turn it this way, so I can actually get at the packages easier. Okay, so packages that fall here, those are rejected. Packages that fall here, those are pre-approved. And packages that fall here, I need to do farther investigation. Alright. That was a whole mess of a whole mess. You don't have a trolley, you have pallets, but I have to buy them. And that's where I was making the comment of, I need to buy one of the pallets, because that'll make my life easier for some of that stuff. Like, one big thing to be aware of in the game is time doesn't start until I open the doors. I have all the time in the world to process things between days. And then after the day ends, I have all time in the world to actually process it again. Okay, so flights are not available again today. So that's one thing. I did not check to see if I... Okay. Alright. And we did all our homework last night. So what I'm going to actually do, chat, is I know we just had the ad break. I was trying to delay it till my wife got home. She's not home yet, but I'm going to run downstairs, quickly throw my food in a plate. So probably be a short break instead of the normal 5 minutes unless she comes home while there. But I'll be right back, because I know once I get into the day, I'm going to kind of be like focused in and like zoned in that I'm going to just go and play for the whole next day. Alright, we'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and we are back. I forgot about that one. We were doing the toxic fallout, or what was not toxic fallout? There was a mod for Product Zomboid that basically anytime there was fog, it would cause your character to start getting sick and dying. So you had to like enclose yourself in a bathroom and wait for it. It was interesting, but it was one of those ones that like once you got past doing it for like a couple minutes, you very rapidly were like, oh, this isn't actually great for content, because like the way you dealt with it is, oh, it's a fog day, and you'd sit in the house and just like do exercises because there's nothing else for you to do. And then when you got the gas mask, you basically won that the fog no longer affected you at all because you just wore the gas mask. Which is unfortunately how most of the environmental challenge type mods for Project Zomboid work, whether it's cryogenic winter or whatever. It's you get enough equipment that you don't have to worry about it now, and it's just a solved thing. And also a lot of them, it's like, what's the solution? Sit there, fast forward. Alright. So, we should be good for the start of the next day. That's the reason I wanted to run downstairs right then versus waiting longer. Is just the fact that I knew once I start the day, I'll get like zoned into what I'm working on. Yep, I was just looking to see if any of them were obviously. Yeah, that one's. When now it comes through, that's. I'm just intercepting it. Actually, let's grab it right out. Because that serial number is no good. There we go. That means it's something for us to do. So is that correct? Okay. Pretty much my job is now. Any boxes that land there? Just take it 2 seconds to grab the information. That serial number has an A in it. They're not allowed to have letters. That one's got a bad label. We don't deliver top printer. But yeah, so as you can see, that one already had a deny symbol on it. So no effort on my part. It came in, got immediately rejected, and sent right back out. That's the wrong flag. Mathine's flag is like a blue background with a gray cross on it. Oh. It's got an hourglass for its delivery type, so that's no good. Okay, and you go to the trains. That, I believe, is correct. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh wait, that'll be... So I need one more of you for the contract. Alright. I do really appreciate the ones going straight on back out. Are we looking forward to this update? Yep. It's been good so far. Right now we haven't gotten any, like, the properly new content yet, though. They did offer to give me a save file that basically had a bunch of unlocks and cash and all that, so I could just rush to the new content. I have opted to do another, like, playthrough. We are going a little fast. Birthday cake is not a valid delivery type. Because I think there's value in, like, seeing the madness come together. Because right now all I'm verifying for information is that the flag of the country match and all that. So let's see, you needed 4? So we'll do that before the day's up. That's what those 4 boxes on the floor are all about. And then we're verifying the serial number. That doesn't have enough digits, so I already know it's no good. Yeah, so basically, I just sort out where the boxes are going now. And then if the label is right, but we'll slowly automate more and more of this. Can't send it to printer. Can't send type package carrot. Can't send it to printer. That means it had a bad weight, so you can just reject it outright. You spend so much time with this? Oh yeah, me too. It's funny because the achievements don't seem to be live yet. So I've 100%ed the game, and whatever achievements they've added in with this update, because they did say there were new achievements, that I will have to, like, go through and sort that out. I also just realized I could be starting up another contract real fast. Let's get these loaded up. You got a bit frustrated with the launchers not being 100% consistent. Turn around, there's a massive pile of boxes blocking everything. I didn't end up using the launchers much myself. Okay, four packages that must be valid to Moland. Well, there's the first one for the contract. Alright. I think I still got the 3 boxes over here. Okay. Yeah, I remember being a thing there was not much reason for me to do a lot of the upgrades till later. There's another one for the contract. Hourglass is not a valid delivery type. Got rejected on weight. But later on you'll notice there's a little lock here that when I point to the machine, it's got a little lock on the upgrade. Later on we will have the option to upgrade the machinery, which makes it work faster, that kind of thing. So right now, there's not much reason for me to put any money into increasing the amount of packages we get through on the conveyor belt at a time, because the machines are gonna be my bottleneck. Okay. And there's a point where you can actually have it automatically submit those when they're full. Alright, so we got 2,400 bucks today. So, billing, we've already got all that paid. So we go to the shop. We got the sticker checker and we got all that. So unfortunately, I can't really hook up any new machinery that's worthwhile. Oh, I forgot how limited the earlier ones were. Yeah, so it's probably time for us to get our next available things. So we look at it, no licensing or anything until we get our next warehouse upgrade, so it is time for the warehouse upgrade. Which has unlocked more junk. And then we can go here to the shop. I don't care about those. Yeah, we'll get the parcel opening toolbox for inspecting for contraband. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to get the serial number scanner. We're going to save up for that for right now. What we could probably do... So let's grab 1 curve belt, 2 straight belts right now. Let's just improve the throughput of things a little bit. What I'm going to do here is give it 1 buff there. How far away is the auto labeler? I don't think it's super far. And check here in a minute. It might be 1 more warehouse upgrade, maybe 2. Okay, and that's just sort of piles up the boxes. Alright. Yeah, so the auto labeler. Scanner, 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 pause, diverter, diverter. It's at tier 7. So it is a little ways. We're at tier 4 right now. That's fine, we'll get there. I love the fresh smell of parking lot in the morning. I love how they don't even, like, bring any notice to it. It's like, literally, it's like, here's your living arrangement. You are in a container. You've got, like, a few things for, like, basic cleaning, a kettle, a microwave, an alarm clock, which all runs on a little converter there. That's all your stuff here. And over here, you've got, like, a sink with a drain. And your toilet is just a porta-john with a soccer ball that's long since gone flat. Living like kings. Alright, so it looks like flights are available today. How many of those do I need? Is it 4? So probably have at least one more to be flown. How long till you can hire someone? Oh yeah, well that's not happening. Sorry, corporate looked at it's not in the budget. Okay. We're looking for one more from Molland. And everything is available today. Okay. Found a couple of boxes from over here. Yeah, it's a valid side. Remember this being one of the few tricky things, just like right there where this kind of that conveyor crosses that one, is making room around that. Okay. Is that the right flag? It is. All right. Cool. And this gives me what I need to deliver you. Hey, DG, how's it going? Because he's giving me an extra couple hundred and all that. Goes a long way. These contracts are also really good on days when you have like very limited delivery options. Three parcels going to Impland. Okay, that's on the rejection side. Alright, Bassett, you take it easy. I'm doing pretty good. I'm just living the dream life of sorting packages. As we slowly go from doing everything manually to just a little bit more automation each and every day. So we don't delivery type cargo containers, that's just going right out there. That's not the right flag. So you go right over here. We don't do delivery type printer. So right there. That means it didn't have the appropriate weight. So it got auto-rejected by machines. That one already had an approval label. This one's got a bad serial number, not enough digits. Okay. That's not the right flag. The flag for that place is blue with like kind of a gray cross. It just got rejected on not having the appropriate weight. Ah yeah, just reject it all. That's the real money's at. Unfortunately, envelope is not a valid delivery type. Okay, that looks good. I'm also amused at the idea that, like, we're just hurling the boxes everywhere. Alright, both the country and the flag are valid, but not with each other. It's got the wrong country's flag on it. Okay, and that is airplane cargo. We do not offer cable car delivery. Oh, I see you're already pre-approved. I'll just go ahead and intercept you. Your air cargo. That's probably an old one as well. Because we've had those sitting on the floor for a while. Okay, it's got a serial number with a W in it, no letters allowed. As you can probably see that the more automation we get, and the more upgrades we get, the easier it is for me to just have good paying days. And kind of the roof away again. Wrong flag. Alright, so let's go ahead. It's end of day, so there's going to be no further deliveries. Let's go grab the boxes over here and get them on the conveyor belt to start processing. I say as I immediately see this one's not good because we don't delivery type hamburger. Okay. The amount of package you reject relative to the success rate, this would not continue as an operation. If you went to like UPS or FedEx or something like that, and it was like 80-90% of the packages got sent back to where they came from because of like invalid everything, it would just definitely not last. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure the amount of packages that get rejected is probably much higher than I would expect. But at that much, you're basically being paid to not do anything. Nope, that's already invalid. It's got an R on it. There's the last package for today. Okay, so let's go hit the buttons on all our things to get our cash out for the day. Alright, so now let's go to shopping, because rather than going for like the next unlock, let's automate the existing things we can. So we've got the serial number checker. Let's get that. And with that, I'm going to need at least one merger. A couple of those. A couple of those, and we could start with that. And I do think it'd be time to get ourselves a pallet. Pallets can carry multiple parcels at the same time with pallets. Attach pallets, parcels one by one, or hold the pallet and pick up the parcels directly. So I'm hoping I could do it like this. Cool. Okay. Let's scoot you on over here. Straight conveyor, corner conveyor. Alright. So get my desk out of the way. So that's the pre-approved line. Making it a little over elaborate for what I want, but I don't think that would be necessarily bad. Okay. So then let's go ahead and get a couple more. Automation. I'll need a turn to there. A couple more straights. Turn. Straight. Straight. Done. Pretty soon I'm going to want to start either making the paths to, like, when I have air deliveries, so I don't have to run to the other side of the room. I want to get that set up. Right now, mostly the focus, though, is trying to get this automation set up. Okay, so basically, packages come in here. If it's denied, it goes straight on out. If it's good, I got to figure out where it's got to go, so it pops over here. If it is neither, it goes here. We check the weight. If weight bad, go off this side. If weight good, it loops back over here. Where it gets checked with the serial number, which then, you know, that'll loop. Gonna have one more conveyor belt there as a buffer. Okay. Probably better use of this. Okay. I need to stop instinctively putting those away. Alright, so I think that'll do for right now. We're broke. Okay, so pre-approved packages here. Packages I need to verify just the label on it, nothing else, there. Rejected packages over here. And then that's not wired up at all. Alright. Oh, wait. Aha, I had one more conveyor belt I hadn't seen. Right now, I'll just do that. Okay. And then once we have that, it's literally just, look, is the cargo type correct? Is the, you know, country name with the flag correct? Okay. And today, no flights. No airplane cargo. All right. But yeah, so I do think connecting the one on the far side is probably going to be one of our next priorities, because then that saves me all that. As far as like things we can buy next, all right, so it's 200 for our billing. As far as things we can buy next, we can get the licensing for contraband. Oh, I need to get the envelopes and all that on here. We'll need to get the licensing for contraband. That's going to require us to get some of these things up here for like opening the boxes and all that. Which is fine, because you can see, like, we don't get to check the prohibited contents till a while. But yeah, so we're good there. So it's warehouse tier 5 is our next automation there. So I just need to connect up the belts to make my life easier. Okay, and your label is bad. And your label is bad. Havabuya is not a valid place. You were in the rejection pile, so your label is bad. And you are pre-approved. So get on out of here. Birthday cake is not a valid cargo type. Alright. Pre-approved. And the big thing that's pre-approved is, like, right now I don't have a means of separating out, being like, are you air? Are you whatever? So I do have to, like, look at the box to figure out what chute I need to be sending it down. I believe that's right. I don't need you at all anymore, so just go ahead and sit right on there. Alright. Are you stuck? No, okay. Yeah, and you've probably noticed there's a pretty significant buffer. Alright. Just need 4 of those for my contract, right? 3. They have to be valid and on their way to implant. Okay. But yeah, you can see how helpful the automation is. Because it definitely... Let's see, you try to recreate your vintage story farm, filled your dove, couldn't find your base again. That's vintage story. Alright, that's the wrong flag. That's the flag for, Manthine or whatever it is. If you're wondering how I know the countries, it's at this point. Once you've, like, looked at the label a handful of times, you're like, okay, I know what that country's label looks like. Alright. Cargo type hourglass is not valid. Is that right? Yep. Where's the cargo tape at? Here, I can show you the next time one of these boxes comes over to me. It's the top left corner of the label where they have, like, the country and everything. It'll be like, oh, it'll have a picture of a truck if it's a truck. It'll have a picture of a train if it's a train. So you see, like, that side over there is a truck and a train. Way over here, you can't really see it from here, but there's a plane. But there's truck, train, plane, and boat. So, like, on this one, you see on the top left corner, they would actually sit you down right there. That's a train logo there. That means I gotta go take it over here, where you see that same logo up there, and drop it on the chute. But every once in a while you get one where instead of having that, it'll have a picture of like a hamburger or a birthday cake or something like that, which isn't a valid cargo type. Yeah, so it's not that I can't ship birthday cake, I can't ship buy birthday cake. But yeah, so the machines, for those who haven't seen this setup as it's been coming together, the shipments come in, they go into this machine. This machine, some things will have a pre-approved or pre-rejected label when they arrive. And I have nothing further I have to do. If it's rejected, it goes right on out. That's the rejected box area. If it's approved, I just need to either put it over here or over there, depending on the cargo type, but it is good to go. If it doesn't have a pre-approved label or pre-rejected label, it goes into this machine, which checks the weight to see if the shipping class that it's in, which that's what that E is on the box, if they paid the proper shipping for that weight. And if no, it goes off that side. If yet, it goes through a little squiggle here, which then this checks to make sure the serial number is valid. So like this one has a printing type of, or a cargo type of printer. Printer is not a valid cargo type, so get out of here. We do not offer shipping type rocket ship, sorry. That's not the right country, that's not a real place. Okay, so meanwhile, I'm gonna grab all of you boxes. This one I could just chuck on the rejected and not have to put in more effort in. Already pre-rejected. That one's also already pre-rejected. That one I'll just go ahead and reject myself right now, because we don't deliver type printer. Yeah, we can get the conveyors connecting all the way over here. Then, like, at the end of the day where you see me doing the running back and forth here, I don't have to do that. Alright. I appreciate the really straightforward ones. We have not seen hardly any for Impland. Okay, that one's flag is a dot in the middle. If you put a pallet on the conveyor belts, does it collect on that? No, but there is a, there is a thing where you can have it loaded onto a shelf like that. And then another thing that'll unload the shelf as well to act as a buffer. Alright. It's not the right flag, right? Okay. So no air cargo today. We can send you out. So no more packages are coming in. We had so many rejections that I had to send this off twice back to back, which is not a problem. It's all money. And pretty soon we'll unlock contraband. So then where I'm getting rid of all these other cargo types. Alright. Yeah, so I can't do anything down here till we level up our place. But what we can do from here is I can go ahead and get this other thing hooked up. So that's going to be a turn. And a whole lot of belts. Let's pick you up. I see. That's fine. So let's see. I'm going to need 2 turns and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of those. So let's see. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There was a separate button for the flip on the joiner. Yeah, so it does flip this way. So what I can't do is change what direction the other part's going in. Because I wanted that to be, like, to come in from the sides and out the middle. But that's fine. Okay. We should have 12 of those and 2 of those. And that should give me what I need. Can't wait to stream this on the, thing. Update is up? Yeah, I've got the update now. Just as a heads up, I'm gonna assume no ill will or whatever. Generally speaking, it's considered against Twitch etiquette to kind of be like, hey, you know, I'm gonna be streaming that unless we have like an established relationship or whatever, and like we're cool with that. So I'm gonna assume nothing what poorly meant by it, but literally read the docs on Twitch. Twitch itself says, hey, that's a no-no. Not like you'll get banned or anything for it, but it's just considered, like, bad etiquette. I actually think I have, if I remember correctly, I think I even have a Twitch etiquette command over that one. Because otherwise people's growth strategy is just go to everyone else's channels and announce that you're streaming. And that'd get utterly obnoxious and we'd all start banning each other because that crap's rude. It's kind of the equivalent of like going into, you know, you run a McDonald's and you go into a Taco Bell and start telling people about, you know, how you've got this new burger coming out. It's just not cool. Alright, so we've got all that hooked up now. So now I don't need to run the packages back and forth here. Getting a little framey for some reason. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and get the parcel opening thing. And we can check on our inspection stuff. Alright, clicked out of the window. The licenses. Oh, right. Parcel types, get the envelopes. I'm just leaving potential extra money just not being brought in. So we need to go to our licenses, because now we can deal with contraband. Well done with being proactive purchasing the contents inspection license. Some package needs contents inspecting indicated by the red content inspection required label. When opening, use the box opening kit to open parcels and deny anything containing prohibited items. Now get back to work, boss man. Alright. So prohibited items are bleach and chemicals, gas and canisters, loose batteries, cash, and knives. Alright. It is interesting that the game is letting us know as we upgrade the place, we'll get more pre-approved boxes. Okay. So, today we've got all delivery types available. So without further ado, let's open the door. So now I have a new step. So all I have to do is look at the label, then we open the box if there is a red sticker saying it needs to be inspected. But, added bonus, I no longer need to go over here. I'll go ahead and grab you off the box belt right now, though. And drop you here. Open this door. So I need 2 boxes going to Impland. Do they need to be inspected or anything like that? They do not need any type of consideration. So, train. So, if I'm not mistaken, they don't have to be approved. Just need 1 more box going to Impland. There you go. Get our extra money from the contract. And give me my money. Okay, so next biggest contract is 4 valid contracts going to Ligball. Contents inspection. Parcels with content inspection required need their contents inspected. So the interesting thing, though, is it actually doesn't, because it's pre-approved. But normally it would. Yep, we don't deliver to Schmella Balls. Okay. Uh, yep, okay. Alright, we don't do delivery type of hourglass. How do you know the contents are allowed? It gives you a list of stuff you're not allowed to have. I remember the game being pretty good about making it so it's pretty identifiable if something wasn't okay. So it's not like a lot of games where you have the inspections that they go in and you kind of stare at it being like, I really don't know, like, is this allowed or not? It's pretty straightforward, like, it's knives, cash, drugs, or not drugs, but chemicals, sorry. Oh, that's a bad label. That flag isn't the correct flag. It's not the right flag anyways. But yeah, so it's, if you hit T, and you look at this, it says the contents are prohibitive. It's stuff like cash, weapons, that kind of thing. But, they do a much better job in this game than a lot of these kind of games when it comes to the inspection. Because there's definitely a lot of in games where you have, like, contraband inspection, whether it's on a person or whatever, that they're like, don't allow them to come in with things that are unauthorized. And you stare and go, is it unauthorized? I can't really tell. All right. But yeah, and so what we'll do to improve things later is you'll notice this has a right-click upgrade on it, but it's grayed out. I'll be able to right-click upgrade that, and I believe it makes it twice as fast as the, speed processing. It's something like that. Okay. All right. Oh, that's actually the place. Link ball. Yeah, so that's actually the place I need to set aside packages for the contract. Thank you. I just, like, in real life, you imagine half these boxes have, like, fragile stuff in it that's just getting destroyed along the way. It's just the fact that you're sitting here and very genuinely looking at, like, everything going on here. You sit at your desk at the end of the row and almost no boxes come through. Alright, so that's one of the ones I need for my contract, and the contract is for 4. Okay. And some of the things you'll end up doing later on to improve the throughput is I'll also, instead of having every one of the things feed into one set of filters, I'll have multiple sets of filters. You can also upgrade the conveyor belts to make them go faster and a bunch of stuff like that. Okay. And I did see it had a label on the other side. Alright. Batteries are not allowed. Okay. Wait, that's not right. That's lig balls. No, that's right. No, lig ball is the triangle. Yeah, lig ball's a triangle. Okay. All right. Okay, so I need to hit the buttons on these. They're getting backed up. Oh. Missed. Alright. And I had one that I had wrong. I didn't see... What was the problem? Must have been one that went on the rejection line and accidentally brought it over. Yep, no, that's exactly what I think happened. Is one that came off the rejection line and just went to stamping it. That's something that won't be a problem super long. Once we upgrade our warehouse a couple of times, I can get the machine where it just stamps it out as rejected. You can just put that along that line. That's not the right label. What was the contract? Lig ball. So it's the one that the map is a little flag. Or sorry, the flag is a little triangle. There's no maps involved in any of this. Oh, wait. We don't deliver to printer. Okay, got a pre-approved one. think that's all fine. I wouldn't say any of that was chemicals. Please tell me that that approval sticker actually did stick to it, and I didn't just drop it in the air. There was an extra one? Okay. Cool, cool. Because it's about to be like, come on, man. All right. I'm doing good. Tomb's also doing well. And give me my money. Give me my money. Give me my money. Alright. So licensing, I can't do anything till we upgrade our stuff. The parcel stuff, we can't do anything till we upgrade stuff. Nothing more to do right there. We can... Actually, that's not true. I could start having it loaded on the shelves. I don't think we're going to bother with the loaders yet. Because I could use the loader conveyor, for example, and put a shelf here, and have it load all the pre-approved boxes there. But honestly, I don't think that's that important for our purposes. We look at our upgrades. I don't really care about the delivery size. I don't really care about the export size. The automatic exports is amazing, but that's way later. So it looks like there's nothing we can really care about right now. So it's time to expand. Wamp. So we now have ship cargo as well. And checking on the shop for new stuff. So nothing new from the shop we care about right now. There is like the pauser and the unloader loader and all that. The pauser becomes important later on, because what I could do is I could put a pauser here and a pauser here, and then just start filtering everything off till like all the airport stuff goes to this door, but then it holds it at the door and I can turn it on and off on the days that it gets shipped. Okay. Well, in that case... another upgrade. Okay, so when we have 1,000, I can get more money per my stuff. Licenses wise, we've got stamp authentication using a database of valid stamps. Check to see stamps are not forged. But you'll notice each one of these we add does give us an extra $10 per parcel. And then we go to a shop. We can now add the things for checking the country to make sure the country and its flag is correct. Is there nothing I need to do for the stamp one? I guess you just get the stamp one. Yep, okay, well, in that case, let's go ahead and add more stuff to do. Because I like more money for the same amount of work. It's more work, what am I talking about? Oh, well, look at the progress we're making. Great work. Picking the stamp authentication license. Only some stamps are valid. Be sure to check them closely. Your delivery of your next delivery will contain parcels with additional criteria to check. Go to the stamp tab for your inspection to learn more. Now get back to work, boss man. Stamp. Okay. And... That's fine. Okay, so we're saving up money for the country code scanner thing. Because as you can see, the game kind of is like you add on things to check and then you get rid of things to check. Which is one of the things I really like about the pacing of the game. Because if you consider stuff like Papers, Please, that you're always having to verify the names and the information, and Papers, Please have the idea that it's constantly changing what you need to verify. But it can be a little tough sometimes where it's like you verified the same kind of data again and again and again. You're like, you know what? I don't want to deal with this anymore. And so this kind of avoids that by having you cycle stuff. Okay, so no planes, boats, or trains today. We only are doing plain old, regular old ground shipments. But it's good to see you, Poity. Yeah, glory to our Stolska. Okay, we also have now reached the point I can upgrade these machines. So that's probably something we're going to want to do. Is especially this very first machine is going to want to be upgraded. And then just, you know, as we have a machine gets backed up, we'll need to upgrade the next machine. You still lurk a lot of times over on YouTube to make the number go up. Well, it's appreciated. Alright. Oh wait, was that... Okay. Because we're still looking for... Was it Ligpar, whatever? Ligball! Yeah, so we're still looking for Ligball. Which this one right here is Ligball. So we just need one more Ligball. Alright, so stamp. That appears to be correct to me. It is not one I need to inspect farther there. Trucks are fine today. Yeah, this is unfortunately a game I can't really tab out to deal with a lot of stuff. Alright. That appears to be fine. So, that's planes. Keep spinning around too much. No trains today. There's a boat. That stamp. There's no blue stamps. Get it out of here. It's trash. Don't even know what's wrong with it, but my automatic stuff rejected it, which is good enough for me. I don't verify the work of my machines. Why would my machines ever be wrong? Okay, that's trains. We don't do delivery type of cargo container. Oh, you're still working your way up there. I thought it was backed up. Okay, no trains today. All right. We don't do delivery type printer. No trains today. The silver one looks fine. That looks fine. No planes today. Why can't you fax your package? Did you make sure to have all the appropriate stamps on it? I know I told the story before, but there was a by my parents there was a Chinese place there, like a takeout Chinese place. And they listed a fax number, and just for whatever reason, my brothers and I were like, okay, well, they have a fax number. We could try faxing. And we faxed our order, and we got there, and they were like, you know fax, you call. It was pretty funny. Basically, they didn't get the order at all. Like, the fax number wasn't good or whatever. But it was just amusing at the time. All right. I don't want the whole printer. I just want the label. You don't leave in government stamps. It happens. We do not deliver to Schmello. It's a matter of principle. Alright. Let's see, do you have the conveyor to go out... Do you have the conveyor to go out one after the sorter before it turns, or is it your preference? Do you need to have a conveyor? I think you need a conveyor between the two machines, or they just kind of seize up real bad. Not like there's something wrong with the programming or anything, but it's just the moment it goes to scan, the next thing it gets stuck because there's just not enough room. You do want a little bit of a buffer between them. I have more buffer than I need, but you do need a non-zero amount of buffer. Okay, no trains today. There's no blue stamps. Imagine if Amazon was this slow. I mean, the individual people is probably slower than this. But, you know, instead of having one dude locked in a warehouse by themselves doing everything by themselves, you probably have several hundred people doing the job. And instead of me doing, like, everything, it'd probably be one of those things that, you know, I would have the job of doing just one thing. Alright, not allowed to have loose batteries. But yeah, no, I don't think the game is intending on, like, hitting a lot of the more deeply upsetting things about Amazon distribution centers and all that. Oh, there's the last one we need for League Ball. Is this a customs office? No, we're just managing Parcel. We're not customs, but we are required to inspect certain packages. Like, you'd be more of a FedEx UPS proxy in this game. What is new about the warehouse? It's a multi-story warehouse. They have a bunch of other things to check out. We haven't reached the new content yet. They did offer me a save that would jump me to it, but I don't know. I don't like jumping into existing saves if I can help it. There's supposed to be more information for us to kind of go through later on the run. All right. We don't do cargo type birthday cake. No trains today. All right. Okay, you thought it looked like the same so far. Yeah. No, we're definitely like in the early game before the stuff changes, but like there's an additional warehouse. It goes up to have a second story. So like some of the things we can see right now is that we go to our shop and we scroll down here. You'll notice stuff like, where is it at? Vertical elevator conveyors, speedway conveyors are going between the buildings and all that stuff. There's new auto pause conveyors that do a bunch of stuff. I don't know what else we're gonna unlock as time goes on. Oh, it's a miniature decoration of, like, the shelving units and all that. We can't see a lot of the new inspection stuff because, like, the inspection stuff tends to not show until you're at that stage. Alright, so we definitely need to start upgrading some of our scanners as well. Because they're starting to become a bottleneck. All right. That's not right on the stamp. Okay. Okay, stamp's wrong. Pre-approved for boat. I look forward to getting the automatic like approval disapproval stamps, because once we get the not approved stamp, we can just easily just go right here, put the don't approve stamp machine there and the conveyor over there, and then anything that goes that route I don't gotta run around and deal with. Alright. Is there a kick button? In what sense? Like kick the box? What would the intended... I mean, I guess to send it over there. Not that I'm aware of, there's no kick button. You can, of course, just, like, you know, drop it or fling it. I did a bad fling there. Oh, right, you are right. Actually, I'm pretty sure there was another Ligma. It wasn't Ligma, it's Lig Ball. There we go. Gotcha. Yeah, that was very like, wait a second. Okay. My luck is I almost certainly tossed at least one train package in there. Nope. Alright, so... we have 3,700. As far as stuff we can buy, I could buy the country scanner. So let's move this table. Alright, so 1, 2 turns. Let's go back up here. 2 turns, a merger. So 1, 2, 3, 4. The machine itself. 5, 6, 7. Start with that. Yeah, no, like I said, it's Lig Ball is what it was, one of the names of the countries in this game. Okay. Almost as bad. I mean... But do the sorters get larger in size eventually, or is space mostly just filled up with belts? Do the sorters get larger in size? You do end up using a lot of belts. These don't get larger in size, you upgrade them and they get faster. We're not quite there yet. Okay, so the next one would be the scanner conveyor cargo type. That's not the warehouse 7. And as far as licensings go, I don't think we got another licensing available soon. No, we don't. Is there upgrades we care about? Not really the delivery speed or any of that. None of that do I care right now. How much is it for the next section of warehouse? 2,200. Alright, well, we don't have enough. I don't really have a reason to add more right now. Let's see, you just do stages and sorters, really. A few lines in parallel based on your throughput required for each delivery belt. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of expansion that happens, but instead of like being you get like the bigger machine, you end up starting to do stuff in parallel and all that kind of stuff. Because the moment it fails any of the inspection, it goes off the side. So there is kind of the things of trying to figure out what machines to put in what order to try and, you know, do that. And it's not like there's some like hard fast, like this is the one you want. Okay, so no trains, boats, or planes today. Let's see, and then pre-sort buffers to just sort, to post-sort buffers that hold depending on what's going on a given day. Yeah, so what I'll eventually do is I'll have like a pause belt here, and then a bunch of shelving right here to load up all of the plane stuff when the planes aren't available, and then it can unpause it when it's time. But with that said, let's go ahead and start our next day. This is... the weekend doesn't make as much money. While we're waiting for that, billing, pay our bill, contracts, 350. We must have 2 valid air ones. Alright, I have those laying on the floor. Okay, you need 2 invalid parcels. Must have invalid serial numbers. Sure. Yeah, so we're watching for the reject on that machine. So now I need to check is the stamp and the delivery type. Okay. I keep instinctively wanting to check the country, but that's what that machine does, so I don't need to check it at all anymore. No trains today. That's not a good stamp. That's fine. You are allowed to deliver Pocky. It's okay. No trains today. We don't do cargo type rocket ship yet. No boats today. All right. Yeah, we get to the stamp checking machine and we get that going twice as fast. That'll help out a bunch. Because you'll notice that's the machine that's the holdup. None of these other machines are getting backed up at all. Alright. No trains today. No trains today. Are you getting some conveyors to go towards rejected line? I have them. The problem is I have to stamp it manually still. And so, like, my approved packages are coming out this side and my rejected packages are going out that side. So I don't want to continue to, like, do the conveyor belts going the whole way up and down for me to do it. Because, like, right now I'm going to feed onto this conveyor belt. I honestly, in hindsight, what I can do... Well, no, it won't matter. It's fine. Hey, Sleepy Dev, thank you so much for the raid. We can get a shout out for Sleepy Dev, I'd much appreciate it. But I hope you had yourself a good stream. But yeah, I know what I was saying is the problem is all these rejection ones, I still have to label it as rejected. And so that's kind of the catch we're running into right now, is I do have to label either side of the path. And I don't quite have the availability for that label. Alright, so it's a bad stamp. And playing some Minecraft. I hope you had fun with Minecraft and everything went well for you and all that good stuff. But again, welcome in, Raiders. I do appreciate the raid and all that. Alright, we don't do delivery cargo type burger. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying is like having a line that goes from here over to my rejection area. I could definitely do that. It'd be duplicating my belts, which is not that big a deal because no matter how many belts you have, you're going to need more belts. I don't know what that stamp is supposed to be. I just know it's wrong. Let's see. You can add a conveyor belt near your belt, or you can add a conveyor near your belt and not run every time with a package. Yeah, no, I'm aware. I would need to drop about $1,000 or so, though, to do it in conveyor belts. And I'm not too fussed. I gotta be doing something. But yeah, no, we'll need to make conveyors that go to the various places and all that. That'll happen in time. Right now, I'm trying to unlock more as the priority. Yep, no, there's a really big update. It's dropping in less than 24 hours. It adds a new warehouse, does like a massive expansion to a bunch of stuff. Okay, we do not do cargo type envelope. Okay, what was your reason for rejection? I don't know, it's probably weight. I need to be watching for ones with bad serial numbers for, for a contract. But yeah, no, I'm aware I can run a line from my desk over. Oh, that was this bad serial number. So this one, just chuck it over there. We're saving that for later. I need how many of those? 2. You can't ship a bottle of, like, kerosene, man. So many broken package? Hey, I am not paid by the integrity of the package. If they wanted their packages to arrive intact, they should have made my compensation based on that. But I am simply paid based on the speed of which I process packages. No trains today. No trains today. Oh, we do deliver that today. I think some of these inspections should be denied for breaking laws of physics. Much more in there. Well, they're boxes of holding. Very expensive boxes, mind you. The warping of space-time really does put a pretty significant upcharge on the whole thing. Since that machine at the beginning is my bottleneck, I just upgraded it to hopefully improve this a lot. Most stuff, the higher the compression ratio, hence the higher the rates charged. Exactly. We charge based on mass, not weight. Excellent, this is perfect. Because I believe we only needed 2 of these, and that'll be 2 of these. So I can go over here. Don't worry about the suspect, you know, chucking random boxes in the back of a white van. So you need 4 road parcels. It doesn't matter whether they're valid or not. Okay. And we just keep on getting bad stamps. Okay. So we did already do a major purchase of this upgrade today, so that's going to eat into a lot of that. Let's see. So we're at warehouse tier 5, and it's 2,200 for the next tier up. Shop-wise, I don't think there's anything I super want. I know I can reduce the amount I have to run back and forth with that, but it's not going to be too much longer till I can get the sticker deny. Just 2 more warehouse levels, at which point I'm literally just going to put it right there and just have it go right off the side. Because that's the big part is I probably need to move a bunch of this over here anyways. Because the alternative is I actually go and I work on making it so these approved belts go there. Please don't forget to send anything. Oh, you are correct. I do need to get paid. Not quite enough money to buy the $2,200 warehouse upgrade, but that is significant. Okay, no planes or that, but trains are on the menu. Okay. Spaghetti warehouse update? Don't know what you mean by spaghetti house warehouse update, but they do have, like, the warehouse will get a second floor, all that stuff. Which, for the record, if those didn't catch, we are playing the update that's coming available to everyone in, like, under 24 hours. The dev was so kind as to reach out to give me access to it just about a day ahead of time. You know, Parcel is like a thank you for playing the game before and all that sort of stuff on the stream and whatnot. Alright, well, we got ourselves a lot of money from that, which is pretty nice. So I guess I'll just go ahead and go right over here. Right. Another door. If you recall, did you play this early access? Yes, I 100%ed the entire game when it first came out. And I did like all but I think it was like 2 of the achievements on stream. It was just like the 2 achievements that were, you know, kind of just takes time. Alright, that'll give us more money per box. And then upgrades wise, I don't really care about the delivery size or anything like that. Not yet, at least. And we don't care about the export size quite yet. Yeah, no, you end up getting really, really Factorio-esque. It starts very Papers, Please, and that over time it becomes more and more like Factorio, so far as doing all your stuff. Okay, so we just need 4 ground parcels, no rules about what I do with those ground parcels. Okay. And how much is my next upgrade? 2,500. So the boxes in that corner, I'm just going to ignore until the end of the day. But we will want to connect that conveyor up as well later. But it is one of those things that we kind of have the bottleneck here on the speed at which things can happen. That's why you recalled it was a warehouse of spaghetti noodle lines? Yeah, no, absolutely. It definitely becomes a thing, whereas over time, like the warehouse, you just kind of get more and more and more stuff in it. Okay, we're allowed to take any 4 of these types of boxes. And there's number 4. The idea that you ship something, it might be important. And so it's like, yeah, man, could you just load our truck out? We don't really care what they are. And your local FedEx or whatever is like, yeah, that sounds reasonable. Alright, contracts. Must contain 6 parcel. No real restrictions on it. Sure. Okay, so I can't deliver these today anyways, so we're just gonna go ahead and send them on their way. This is what you get for not using ground delivery. Your boxes are gonna go ahead and just disappear to the highest bidder. Alright. Invalid due to bad serial numbers. And thank you, Icomac, for the 245 stream streak. I do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that. There's one of the rejected ones for serial numbers. But it means a whole lot, both the support and for people, you know, coming back time and time again. All right. So doing our best. We need to get farther away. Yeah, I definitely need to start getting the conveyor belts over to the chute so I don't have to run. Like all of the chutes. That's fine. All right. It would appear that I have once again become the bottleneck. Are you a serial number? Yep, you are a serial number rejection. How many of those did I need? 3. Okay. All right, that's all fine. Because even if I just make a conveyor that goes over to that area, like start doing those, we can get those all hooked up. Let's see. think that's okay. Wait. Was that orange juice or a chemical? Yeah, that's orange juice. That should be fine. Because there's like orange scented floor cleaners and stuff like that out there. Okay. Get a shipping type of hamburger. Yeah, no, I get in real life, like, yeah, it's like it's all chemicals. Like everything is chemicals kind of thing. But like the game is talking more like bleach, chlorine, that kind of thing. Yeah, bottleneck is honestly starting to be just me labeling the boxes. Oh, wait. Cool. There's our 3 serial number ones. And you want 1 parcel that must be valid. Just in general. Okay. There you go. I don't really know why I put the 1 box in the pallet. Okay. So close. So you're so valid. Yep. Okay, and we got these ones way over here. We'll obviously want to conveyor all this over as well. But let's see, with the money we have when we're done with this level, or this day, not level, that's not how it works. When we're done with this day, let's see how much money we have and see where it looks like it'll make the most sense. Okay. It worked. Is there anything we can do to save ourselves a little bit of effort here would be good. Oh, wait, you're playing. We don't do rocket ship. Yeah, we can get to the automatic rejecting. Or the automatic labeling, that'd be absolutely huge. Want to get a bunch approved, then use the pallet to move them all at once? Mostly because I'll lose track of what goes where. I'd rather do them on a package-by-package basis. We're going to have a lot of money at the end of this day, so I'm going to be able to potentially get some stuff hooked up, like whether it's to get over here or not. Because running a track over to this one would be a good idea, because ultimately once all this process finishes and it's been approved by everything, I just need a way to get it back out of here. I remember having problems using that door later in the game because of how many processes you've got involved. And, like, because there's that one bay right there, it's kind of hard to get at. Because you get multiple doors for each cargo type, and you can send them... You can send them kind of to any of the doors of that cargo type. The other thing is I have to, like, load them up on the pallet, then move them, then unload them. That's boat, right? All right. Okay. And we're down to the last one. Nope, no loose batteries. Alright. Yep, so those two doors are off limits. We can send you out. Alright, so big paying day. We're gonna make about like 6,000 or so by the time it's all said and done. Alright. So yeah, we can't get any more licenses right now. As far as a bunch of this stuff, we've got the country. I can't get more till we upgrade. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to run over here, and I'm going to hit this button here. So now that's the big step. Because now what I can do is I happen to already have the 3,000 left. Sticker, apply, deny. Yes. I will need to... One second. So you're already a merger. Yeah, I can just flip it and rotate it. Okay. So I will need a joiner. And a straight. Alright. Oh, you can get your different styles of inspector desk. Okay. So we'll start with that. Then license-wise, there's nothing else there for us yet. And then we'll have plenty of options for upgrades. But yeah. So that'll be probably the biggest one for just saving me a lot of effort now. I should have grabbed my thing. Because if I take this now and I put it right here, and then you go away here, you just get out of my way for a minute. You go like that. And then I grab the merger block. That means anytime a package gets rejected, I'm uninvolved entirely. So anything that gets rejected goes right on down that belt and right on out. And so now if I take my desk... Not sure how I want to orient this. So I'll probably need to do is get one more joiner. What we can do here is now anytime something doesn't meet my criteria, then I can go ahead and deal with that. For right now, I'm going to just chuck you here. You'll be there eventually. Alright, so let's go back up to shop. I need another joiner. Never mind. I will not be building another joiner. Alright, well, disregard that, putting you over here. I didn't realize it's 350. I thought it was less than that. I'll worry about that later. Try something like this. Okay, because then what ends up happening is anything that goes there, I just gotta feed it out wherever. Anything that goes here, I need to actually do my inspection. It's just not an angle I'm happy with this. It's fine. Anything rejected, I chuck it here and it just gets taken care of. Cool. We're also getting pretty close to the point where I'll want my deliveries to auto, like when they're full, to auto send. Yes, they made 6,500 bucks, and that's not even counting all of the air and boat that are just sitting on the ground. But the rate we can make money will just keep going up and up and up. There's not much for us to do today other than just... Actually, that's a lie. Got our boat stuff. And the boat and the plane stuff is still the one, like, labor-intensive part we still have. Is basically running things to the doors to be delivered. Yep, so no planes today, but everything else is on the menu. Okay. Basically, all I do is I camp out over here and I wait for stuff there. Oh, we can also check on contracts. 3 valid road contracts. 6 parcels that don't matter at all. And 2 with invalid serial numbers. It's gonna be a little tricky because I'm gonna have to keep an eye on this one. Taco restaurants watch this street. It's kind of, you have no idea what's happening. We are inspecting packages. All right. Stamp's good, cargo type's good. Alright. We're waiting for your packs of taco shells to arrive. Truly a tragedy of our times. And we can't do cargo type rocket ship. But yeah, and there's so much like when you're dealing with attention to details and such of these. It's one of the things that I've had a number of jobs where you had to be like really on the ball with your attention to details. I just realized I haven't been checking some of the labels so far as like the stamp. It was always one of the things that like I could manage it, but it took like way more effort than other stuff about the jobs to like stay on top. It was like, does this have the right label? Did the serial number match? Yada yada. Like, it truly is like a mind-numbing thing to deal with, too. Yeah, so I think the next major improvement for us would be getting conveyor belts that do reach the various doors. So that when we get these, you know, identify, yeah, it's a boat one. I just don't have to do the jog. And I can pallet them and move them over, but it's still a thing that needs to be done. That's a bad serial number. Were you a bad serial number? You were not. And how many of those do I need? 2. Okay. Enjoy your Pocky. Sometimes when I go and I drop it, instead of like just blasting it right down the tunnel, I do that little bounce at the end. And I sail it up top, and it's gotten it stuck a couple of times. I'm trying to think of what the best way for me to get a belt over there would even be. Okay. It's not obviously a bad serial number, so we move on. Alright. Wait, did you throw your package on the ground? Yeah, you didn't pay the 10 times upcharge of Fragile. You'd still have your package thrown on the ground, but we would at least, you know, send you a completely empty email about how we failed to hit the mark. We won't really promise to do better next time, but we will make something that sounds kind of like we're promising to do better next time. So you'll feel like we actually paid attention, but you know, we really didn't. Perfect. All right. So 6 parcels, 5 road parcels. 5 valid road parcels, I should say. I'm sorry, did I say 3 valid road parcels? There's a boat one. Also, this isn't a game you have to sweat about, you know, min-maxing it all. Just take your time. It's fine. If you don't get, like, the max efficiency, all it means is do it again the next day. Yeah, it's really this boat one that's kind of the killer. It's way over there. Let's see, as someone who is currently waiting for a $1,000 order from FedEx that has its delivery date changed no less than 5 times already, it's kind of hard. I make the joke I make out of not so much as the delivery problems you're talking about, but like airplane kind of thing with your luggage. But broadly the same type of issue of, you know, maybe not you get what you left with, and if not, you're definitely not going to get taken care of the way you probably should. I had a great time with the TwitchCon Rotterdam, but like I got properly screwed by British Airways when they screwed up flight stuff. I don't need to label those myself anymore. I forgot about that. And I needed 3 valid road type. Alright. I mean, I'm not too busy, Luxray. It's when you're playing a game where you're kind of like in focus mode, there's gonna get stuff missed. That's gonna happen. That's like one of the nice things about when I am playing RimWorld is usually RimWorld has lots of downtime when you're not like clearing a ruin or whatever. I can be extra like on the ball with chat. But yeah, anything that doesn't have like kind of built-in slow downtime, there's gonna be some of that happens. Alright, you just want 6 parcels at all? 1, 2. Oh wait, do those, not these ones. Hang on. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see. Do you take credit or PayPal? You can also pay the 100 times prop price for the insurance. Yeah, the insurance will find some reason why it shouldn't pay you out. Like it went out of their area of coverage for like 30 seconds, or you know, it ended with Y, and that's not covered. Okay. Hey Wendy, how's it going? Where's the just job you said you'll buy your phone as your current one was overheating you need for work? That's nice. That was, I remember fighting at one job where I was expected to be on call, and you know, they wanted me to have a phone that could do a bunch of different things, and it's like, well, that's fine, but that's more than my phone could do at the time, because I didn't want to pay the phone company anything more than I had to. I still don't need to put those labels on. Okay. Need a flinger to save the reject? It's not a flinger, I need to just put it on the belt. The belt is right there. The game gets wacky with all the belts. You got one that came out? Yeah, no, there's a big update is coming out tomorrow. Which this is, I have early access to that update because I've streamed the game a whole bunch. And that the dev was cool enough and reached out and, you know, it's like, hey, here's where you can get access to the update a day in advance. I still don't need to put the label on. It can just be like that. Probably just playing for the update. I have the update. I am currently playing the new update right now. In this game, do they try and set contraband? Yeah. You have to inspect. Whether it's intended to be, like, contraband outright, there is stuff they're not allowed to ship. I still don't need to do that. Okay. So no more packages coming in, so there you go. I can run all the way over here. There you go. And run all the way over here. There you go. Yeah, I got one wrong. It's fine. Okay. So trying to think of the best way to arrange this stuff so that I can get packages to all the different doors as needed. Alright. Oh, I should hit the button over here to send off the last few. Okay, let's consider what we've got. Parcel type wise, I can't do anything new. So shop wise, we can add the cargo type scanner. Just double checking. Your country scanner? I mean, you're the country scanner. Okay. So, cargo type scanner. And we will want to have our 1, 2, 3 of those. A bunch of these. We'll start with that. But yeah, so one of the later types of stuff you work on is the contraband, which is stuff like they'll try and send like loose batteries, knives, chemicals, stuff like that. Actually. Oh, right. There's still a couple packages over here. Because we got another door over here that's got packages, but it's like way out on the other side of the world. So I haven't been worrying about too much. There we go. Okay. So I can go here and give myself 2 of those. And just really fill up on these. All right. Oh, right, I need the... There you go. So all I'm doing now is trying to get this all wired up here. So you don't have to worry about all these packages anymore. I know I should probably be connecting it from the other end, but, you know, we're just getting it done. Because I believe with this, that means I only have the stamps and contraband to check out. I'm seeing the other 2 are rejections. That's fine. All right. Because we can get this all hooked up, that means that whole corner of the room I can just utterly ignore for a while. And then, like I said, I do think I'm going to need to get the air cargo and the sea cargo. I'm going to need to get those configured so that we can just chuck packages on them and not have to fuss with it too much. Because that's what'll start getting loading and unloading shelves and all that, so I can, you know, pause deliveries and have a buffer and yada yada. Okay, there's our merge. Okay. Oh, so I got 6 more. I've got enough money for probably 5 more once you consider the shipping cost. But I think this should be enough, or maybe not. It'd be really close to enough to reach that door. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and do go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did not mean to add the serial scanner. I already have had one. Okay, get 6 more of these. Wasn't there enough that you can build directly from the pallet? I believe so. I also don't remember how to do it. I also don't know if it's a thing you can do later on. And for right now, just gonna chuck a bunch of conveyor belts down over here on these. Even though these aren't going to be set up to do much of anything. Alright, and we're broke. And we've expanded a lot of stuff. Oop, it's not what I wanted to change. Okay. And one of the other things we can purchase. Is this a full automation game, or is there a history arc? I don't know what you mean by a history arc. Oh, story arc? It's not a story game. It basically is one of those games that you start very Papers, Please, and it slowly transitions from like a Papers, Please-esque game more and more into being like more of a Factorio kind of game. What you need is a break area with a gaming PC. I'm sorry, this is a proxy for like FedEx or whatever. We don't offer. Did you call them breaks? I'm unfamiliar with this term. Something hustle culture. Because there's technically a break area in this place. Work harder. Not smarter's X'd out. There's a fork in the microwave, as you do. 5 for refresh. Nice. Oh yeah, there is a basketball somewhere. Oh, I think you actually have to buy the basketball, if I remember correctly. Alright, so billing, we got a bill for $300, that's fine. So you want me to have 3 parcels going to Yet Danica. Doesn't matter if they're valid or not. Are you the only employee? Correct. It's kind of a dystopian game in the sense that, like, you work for the company, you work by yourself, and you're individually responsible for dealing with everything. I mean, to give you an idea, like, this is literally our home. It is a storage container with, you know, just a cot and a microwave. The future with AI, single employees, entire companies. On the contrary, you will likely need far more employees that they've been finding more and more with how, you know, poor of a job AI tends to do with the accuracy of stuff, that ultimately you end up wasting more time going behind the AI to try and clean up its mess. There's been entire studies going on about how people, you know, people using AI will state that they are more productive, but when actually measured, very often that ends up not being the case. That they'll get less done with a worse accuracy. One AI does the work of 10 junior developers, which in turn makes work for 20 senior developers. Yeah, I mean, the real problem we're running in right now is in a lot of professions, you have people who've got like 30 years experience and you've got people with like 2 years experience. But like the entire middle layer is near impossible to find people in because a lot of companies aren't willing to hire people on the bottom of the pile. They only want like the people on the absolute top of the pile, and so they're just not putting new people into the pipeline. What country was it looking for? Yeah, Danica. Oh, hey. It also amused me is what is my job here? I checked the stamp. What else do I do? Look, man. I checked the stamp. What do you want? No ships today. I don't know if that's right. I still don't need to do that. I just plunk it on that belt and it'll take care of it for me. You mentioned the A1 dock. There's ways to do it in your current setup, but you want to backseat. Oh yeah, no, there's ways to do it. I've done it before. It's just like of the docks, it tends to be the one that's a little bit more of a pain to get at than a lot of the others. Because a lot of the other ones, you got your bays here, and then there's all the room in the world over there. But that one, just because it's crowded in that corner, just takes a little finagling. There's not a lot of wiggle room around it. Okay. Yep, all that's fine. Yeah, we just need to finagle one of the belts around a little bit, and I should be able to get at that. I still don't need to do that. Oh, where are you for anyways? That's fine. Man. No. No. There you go. That box at current prices, computer hardware like that, that was RAM. I'm sorry, but I don't actually think you're allowed to ship that much money. I think there's a limit on the value of items we're willing to cover. All right. Okay. Right next to the reject line with the bridged and the approval stamp with that. No more dub stamp. Let's see, that way all you have to do is manage is check all your weight. Sorry. right next to the reject line with a bridge, you have an approval stamp. That way you have... Yeah. So I can put a bridge right here and then take it under and duck it around that way. That's definitely one way. Another way I can do it is shift this belt over one. And then, you know, shift this up one, and they can come straight through this way. There's a couple different options. It's just all the other places you have, like, so much room to spare you don't even have to think about it. And this one, there's just a little bit more snug. You gotta spaghetti it a little bit. We'll get there. Alright. I also need to check in the upgrades. You shouldn't be too far from being able to get some of the other benefits. But yeah, I think that's the next thing to consider, is starting to get our return route over there, so that I can just chuck stuff on the belts as we need. Because unfortunately it'll be a while till we get everything we need to do the split based on cargo type. When you can split based on cargo type, that's when you wire up everything. It's just, you know, stand back. Wait, did I check the label? Yeah, I did. That's fine. There's probably a bunch in here that are going to Yannicka or whatever it is. But I didn't see him. That's fine. Okay. Nope. No chemicals, friend. I still don't need that. Is there a way to put the contract on the HUD? Not that I see. It's honestly not that hard to remember in general, because it's usually something like, I'm looking for country was rejected by, or is rejected. And that's kind of the depth of it. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can't manage to start getting the route for the approved stuff over here somewhere. To start trying to save me from running around. And this is a very normal thing for this game as well. Is that, like, the day ends, and you're just waiting for boxes to be processed. It was actually a deliberate strategy if you want to AFK the game, once you get your basic automation set up. That you just kind of, you know, build a whole bunch of buffer shelves at the beginning, so that they just can kind of build up a backlog of boxes. And you can just let them churn through those as the day goes on. Alright. I'm sitting there staring at being like, you know, this is not processing. I'm pretty sure the flag I'm looking for is the one that's like almost a checker pattern of four corners where it goes from black and white. With like the stars in it. This one. Okay, so that's one. And I need 3. Okay. It's just like computer parts, computer parts, computer parts, pony keg of, you know, kerosene or whatever. Not pony keg, it's not always it. I'm blanking on what it is. Jerry can. Jerry can of like kerosene or something like that. Oh. The Yannicka. Oh, no. It's got the Yannicka flag, but it has a different country written on it. I don't think that counts. The rejection line keeps getting backed up. Alright. And pretty soon I'll be able to put down the, like the approved printer, like label printer, and have the same thing where I just chuck it on the approved printer, have it divvy out where it needs to go. Today, chat, we invented the pony keg. It's like a jerry can, but smaller and solidly built. Tomorrow we will have invent a purpose for such a thing. So a pony keg is an actual thing. And it has nothing to do with the jerry can. But pony keg is already a thing. For carrying booze in. $62 pints? Yep. Presumably to be carried by a pony? I don't know for sure what its backstory is, but it wouldn't surprise me. It's the kind of thing that sounds like it has probably a very straightforward backstory that, you know, you'd have ponies carry them or something like that. Or that ponies were commonly used in their shipping or whatever. But again, I have zero legitimate knowledge on that. Oh. I like how I'm habitually printing the rejection label, and then still remembering I can just toss it on there. Okay, that's all the boxes. So I can submit the plane and the ground. You need to be cycled because you're full again. Alright. Or knowing how they use the name of things, it contained enough beer to destroy a pony's liver. I'm willing to bet it was probably something like they would put a keg on either side of the pony to bring it someplace, like shipping-wise, or it's just they were kegs typically delivered by ponies, would be my guess. Again, no real knowledge on that one. But that feels like the very straightforward explanation. Okay. So billing, pay our bill, so we don't have to pay anything on that. Nothing to do licensing-wise now. We do have upgrades, so I'm not worried about delivery size or speed. We're fine here. I don't know what attaching another level to this would be. I think that's just for when you get these, it makes that faster. The export size is a mild convenience. I'm not worried about that. Automatic exports when we get to level 10 is going to be great, and I don't care about these ones. There's your pallet build mode, where you can build directly from pallets, so it's an unlock. Alright. So, shop. Cargo type diverter. Okay, so we can get the cargo stuff sorted out. Alright. So we will need the... Oh, wait, never mind. It's not available yet. Yeah, so get the stamp scanner in our next level. Yeah, that's the launcher conveyor, which I remember those not being the super most reliable thing. Alright, so, looking at like what we can do. So I can't cargo split yet. So that's going to be heavily limiting on what we can do with a lot of this. I'm actually tending to feel like what I'm going to do instead. So unlock you. And the reason I wanted to do that is that gives me the stamp processor and the cargo type splitter. And with those two, then we'll be able to start fully automating a lot of this. So I'm going to need 1, 2, at least 3 bending points and a merger. So let's go grab the scanner there. 1, 2, 3, and a merger. A couple of straights. Okay. Okay, we can grab you and shift you this way. All right. So, with that, the only thing left to verify here is contraband. And there is, if we look in here on the stuff I can purchase, if we scroll down here, there is the contraband inspector diverter. However, if I just don't grab that, in one more level I could just get the thing that, you know, deals with the contraband to begin with. So this to me is a waste of money, because literally in one level I'm just going to buy the thing that makes that completely unneeded. So we can get the cargo type diverter. I'm going to grab that. And for right now, we will just grab... Where are you at? Actually, don't do that. Take backsies. We're not going to get that yet. Well, it'll save my money to get the auto-approve labeler, so I don't even need to use the stamp stuff anymore. So basically, once it gets through all that snaking back and forth we've got there, any packages that get through all of that big spaghetti and get dropped, I just gotta watch and see if they have the, like, inspection label, and if they don't, I just chuck it on a conveyor belt to get sorted. More than likely, with everything going on today and how few of them will probably have that, there is a good chance during the day I'll make enough money to get the approved labeler. Alright, so no plane, no boat. All ground transport available. And now it starts to go through the maze of spaghetti. Alright, we're looking for... let's see. Yadanica. I need 2 more Yadanica boxes. 1 more Yadanica box. All right. So we just want to watch for a Danica box, because then we can get our contract going. Okay. All right. And get out. So the next biggest one is 8 parcels, and we don't care what anything about them. Which means 8 parcels that reach the point for me to inspect them. Oh, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll get some of those ones. Let's see. Let's see. To pony onto this process is like a backload of the, or be auxiliary to. Gotcha. And we got our first one that made it through. And I don't want to inspect. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, because we got this. Oh wait, I need to check the stamp. That's right, I still do that part, don't I? So, everything else we don't care about, but I do check the stamp. Okay. Yeah, no, that was the thing. Oh, actually, that's right. Did I get the stamp thing? I think you're right. I think I did get the stamp thing. Oh yeah, so I literally only do actual inspections. So I just check to see if it says inspection required. If it doesn't, we slap a sticker on it and we chuck it out here. Okay. I need to remind myself how many boxes they needed. For my contract, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Because the boat and the planes aren't going out today, so I could just truck these out on the truck to get them out of here. I'm pretty sure we're breaking the law with whatever it is we're doing here. Just grabbing random boxes and just sending it off because someone asked me for it. So 4 road type cargo. Oh. Okay, and it didn't say they had to be valid or approved or anything like that. Yep. Cool. We don't get very many parcels that actually get down here. The number of parcels that are getting to where I am at here is a very small number. Let's see, for a little while around the holidays, you rented an unused loading dock room to FedEx for winter. The things you've seen. Like, just... of, like, disastrous FedEx stuff. Okay, so that's all going fine. And I need 4. That's fine. All right. Because, yeah, as I mentioned before, what we'll probably end up doing here is I'll be able to get my next level up. Get the contraband processing machine. And the contraband processing machine going, all of that can be just fully automated, and I can just run down contract items and then build more onto my stuff. You know, and then as we get money, we get upgrades, make it faster, make it more efficient, build it out more. I want to say eventually even your printers can become a bottleneck. Let's see, basically a big FedEx truck would pull up in the morning, unload in the dock, then people would do one notch above DoorDash in their personal vehicles delivering holiday packages. You changed the locks quick after that. You didn't want 19 people having keys to that part of the building. Yeah. I can only imagine. All right. Okay, there's our fourth. But you get $3,500 before taxes for the pleasure. Oh, did I misunderstood that? For a little while around the holidays, you rented. Oh, like you rented out. I thought you rented as in, like you were the one renting the thing. I was wondering why random people were showing up and all that sort of stuff. Alright, all contracts done. Yeah, because that would have been more sketch as if, like, if you were renting a property and just random people were showing up and all that stuff. You just, I mean, Darth James did exactly what you do, is you just change the locks. I still don't need to print my own rejection labels. Alright. But you can see if you put bumper belts up here, you can keep this thing running for hours during the day. This way an RFID door system is good. Access logs plus remove the card without changing all the others. Yeah, but I mean then you gotta pay to get all that set up, but you're not wrong. The downside of RFID is it can be snooped pretty easily. But usually by then you're already dealing with like physical access kind of things. There's certainly something about like the inexpensiveness of just swapping a lock. Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say is, I was kind of like amending myself, because usually when we're thinking about RFID, there's usually a lot of other stuff going on. Again, all this RAM Forget this job. We're taking this box and we're retiring. Like that box is easily tens of thousands of dollars right now. That many RAM kits. They honestly does things like tours, reunions, destination weddings. You're joking mostly about him being criminal. There's I have a family friend who's a travel agent. It's like a lot of the stuff you do, if you just looked at, it's like it can look really sussy. But the reality of a lot of it is it's just, you know, people are doing their once in a lifetime trips or spending well outside their means and all that stuff. So again, it looks really sussy a lot of times, but at the same time, like, it's a classic, like, people going to Disney and, you know, putting themselves $25,000 in the hole. You're like, no, that's just, people do this a once-in-a-lifetime trip. I would encourage them to consider other options, but, you know. Anyone else, like, you see your friend who's, like, been really scraping by, and then suddenly they're going to Disney World for a full week and everything, you're like, okay. You know, who did you rob? But it's like, no, they didn't rob anyone. The bank's interest rates, on the other hand, might just be robbing them. Okay, so this looks like the last package here. Like, I was like, if you're gonna pay me $900 a month for an office and a bathroom, to do what I do on Google. Yeah, I will say, so I haven't gone through travel agents very often. There's been times in my career the company I was working for had like a dedicated travel agent for the company. And that's worked out exceptionally well because I just don't have to deal with 90% of the work. There's definitely, and I also, like, when me and Toom went on our honeymoon, we went through a travel agent that was a family friend. And yeah, no, it's something about, hey, I want to go to Italy, and here's the important things I want to see, and here's how long I have to go. You know, and then obviously, like, you're going to set some kind of budget. They'll go, cool. And, you know, they can just sit down and be like, all right, here's all the arrangements, you know, by all means, you can say yes, no, or otherwise, and they'll work with you. But there's definitely something about anyone who's had to do, like, travel planning and how incredibly stressful and frustrating that can be. To just have someone be like, here is the list of everything. You just have to make your plane at this time. And the rest is all handled. I get why people pay a premium for that. There is a lot to be said about going on vacation and it's just sorted. Now do a wedding with fitting? Oh yeah, no, there's a reason, like, again, like, you pay the planners and people will gawk at the price. It's like, hey, you know what? You can do it yourself by all means. It is agony. But there's definitely something to be said for, well, rather than do it myself, I'm just going to pay someone. Okay, so we get that the next tier, which I want. We could do a lot of different upgrades. We can't do the automatic. That's, to me, the big one. When you can get the automatic exports, then you just basically wait and see if one of your doors is backing up. Okay. And now we go like this, and shop. We have this, and at this stage, my desk can go over here on the moon, because it ain't needing anymore. Alright, so, gonna be the same deal. I'm gonna need 1, 2, 3. A merger, and a bunch of straight ones. We'll start with that. So what this means now is all of, like... I didn't check out. Oh yeah, I did. This means now all of the, like, just normal screening stuff is just happening. So this is this point where I need to work on just kind of scaling up, getting the outputs, like, connected up and all that kind of stuff. Let's see. Your uncle also rents a cubicle and a bathroom to work out of. Basically saved his business versus working from home and getting sidetracked. And his marriage from being present without helping being involved during business hours. Yeah, no, So I'm very fortunate with Tomb that she's, like, very understanding. That even before, like, getting into content creation and all that kind of stuff, the last couple of years before I got into content creation, I was already working remotely. Just the company I was working for, that's just how they operated. That's not true. It started out that our office was half in office, half out of office. But then eventually they closed the office location in this town, but kept, you know, almost all people. And thank you to follow. Stream. The only person they let go was the office manager because, you know, there wasn't an office anymore to be managed. Which is a bummer because we all really liked her, but it's kind of hard to fight that fight. Did I? I must not have bought enough of them. Unless I missed it, there's a very good chance I left it on the shelf. But to be clear, you're not the evil stereotype landlord. You don't do residential, only businesses. You bought a historic building and gradually restoring it as you bring new people in, and you're all up in your tenants' stuff, making sure they have what they need. Hence, the food co-op, the gym, and basically just pays utilities. You're a crappy landlord according to other landlords, but you're a fantastic landlord, you know, according to the tenants. Yeah, oh, I mean, that's the classic, you can be the best at business possible and, like, get the maximum profit, but usually that requires you to be pretty awful. Or you can just be decent and, you know, probably still be very profitable and all that, but maybe not maximize what you can make. Alright. So, if a package gets this far, then that package should be a winner. Like, at that point, I should be able to just slap a label on it and call it a day. So what we're going to do, we're going to put these down with the expectation that that's how that's going to go. I don't have the money for it right now is the problem. But that's the reason I'm laying this out the way I am, is I'm going to put a merger here, the auto labeler accept here, and then a turn there. And then we're going to need some other stuff here. So in the meanwhile, what we can do is a cargo type diverter. We will get the joiner, a turn, a couple more straights. Because then what we can start doing is getting it where it's just going to start heaping stuff on the floor. And I'll just have to run the boxes for a little bit. Oh, right. That does make me think, where I just chucked my workbench all the way in the corner. Maybe don't go all the way in the corner yet. I need the workbench for the purposes of putting a little sticker on things. Okay. So boat goes on this side. Plane on this side. and remainder on that side. And I'm gonna need a little bit of runway on these. So for right now, we're just gonna do this. Okay. So, as early in the day as we can, when I hit 3,000 bucks, which is not going to be early in the day at all, we want to go over here, and in this spot, I want the auto labeler for accepting. And the auto labeler for accepting is this one. So that's 3,000 bucks. So we are going to have a little bit of a mess in that spot. But I no longer have to think about stuff. You make $1,000 a month on 70,000 square foot building, the downtown business district. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that doesn't sound. I mean, obviously it depends on where you're located, location. But it doesn't sound like that much money compared to what you potentially could be making. But again, if you're like taking really good care of the tenants and all that kind of stuff, there is something to be said about that. Alright, so with this, you're putting it all back in the building and just helping them. You just need to not lose money on it. Yeah, that's entirely reasonable. Yeah, like, ultimately, someone providing the housing and overseeing repairs and yada yada, like, that aspect, like, certainly there's, like, nothing wrong with that. It's just unfortunate we have a lot of people who, you know, scoop up stuff on the market, kind of hold on to it. And it's primarily a residential issue. And that's where, like, landlords kind of really get their bad name, is you've got people who don't really have a choice to go somewhere else. You know, that's any better because it's so much exploitation going on out there. And that's where a lot of negativity comes around that. But I've been fortunate that over the years and the many different apartments and all that I ended up in before becoming a homeowner myself, that for the most part, I had decent landlords. I had like one or two that kind of just were pretty much uninvolved, but that's whatever. Alright. You found out in your 20s you don't have the stomach to be a residential landlord? Yeah, that's, since my father passed away recently, that's kind of been one of the things we've been dealing with is, my parents' old house, when we lived up north, they were renting it out, and they kept offering to sell it to the people at, you know, basically, you know, completely minuscule thing, and the people lived there for, like, 30 years. And just never wanted to buy it for whatever reason. They just wanted someone else to take care of it. You know, now that my dad's not around, I'm like, I don't want to deal with this. It's like, I don't want to deal with this. I'm going to tell them they can buy it or they can leave it, but, like, I don't want to run a bunch of properties. But, then there was another person who was staying in what was my grandmother's house, and they've been kind of missing payments and stuff like that. And it's because, you know, they're going through a hard time, and it's always tricky with that, because, like, okay, how much do you hurt yourself to try and help someone who's genuinely struggling? Like, how much do you take that to the chin? And yeah, with her, she was just like, you know what? I just want out of it. Like, I'm even gonna have someone else, like, take care of, like, going through all this process that I trust, but, like, I, you know, don't want to deal with any of this. Sorry. You know, it had been almost exactly 30 years ago that we left there. Who am I supposed to be watching for? Ganathia or whatever. So no boat, everything else is available. But yeah, no, it's just for 30 years they just didn't want to buy, because they, you know, my parents were like, hey, do you want to do a rent-to-own kind of thing? Like, do you, like, we're flexible, and they're just like, no. And low-key, after owning a home, like, I can definitely get behind the, I'm paying a month to not deal with any of this crap. I could see the appeal of that. To just be like, I'm paying a monthly fee to not have to deal with any of, like, the regular maintenance and all that. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, you can understand, like, if someone's doing, like, a for-profit business and all that, and, you know, not making their rent, or they're tearing up the property and all that, you don't feel guilty in being like, hey, you know what? You're like, you're not getting your lease renewed. You're, you know, end of the month, you're out. And, like, not being upset. And if they get all weepy about it, you can just be like, hey, man, you're tearing up the property. But it's different when it's like, this is... You didn't put a sticker on that one? Well, that is a problem. Because it is there unstickered forever. What do? Put stickers on boxes. That's my job. I don't inspect anything. I put stickers on boxes. That's my job. And we can get that approved. It's totally fine. I'm just trying to not tab out of the game because the audio drops. But it says, the rejection you get is always comical. Oh yeah, no, it's like, seriously, maybe 75% of these things end up getting rejected. I'll then check. Alright. Because we're looking for the ones from, like, Janica or whatever. You inspect if they go in the van. You're not wrong. The good news is I only need to send out like one more shipment or so, and then we will have enough for the approval printer. And then it's basically how fast can I wire these things up to the door out of the building. Let's see, so that's the thing with commercial versus residential. You can pick or choose who you lease to. The contract is the contract. There's nothing like apartments or houses, but holy hell, the numbers get way bigger. So you better be ready. Yeah. I don't know that I would ever want to be in the landlord side of things. Like, obviously not residential, because it's difficult to separate yourself out emotionally from, like, making sure you do, like, what's going to be okay for you kind of thing. Alright, so this is one of our packages for the contract. And I need 3 of those. Because, you know, it's just one of those things. If you have a bunch of repairs you gotta do, it can eat into your margins super fast. So you kind of have to make sure you're making money and all that. At the same token, especially when you get into residential, like, you don't want to cause anyone harm, even if it's not their fault. But, like, you realize telling someone, hey, this isn't available to you anymore, you know, whatever, like, that does hurt a person pretty bad. And it can be just very, very difficult to do that. And at the same time, sometimes it's like, this person needs the help. Are you going to be the one to do it? And none of that's easy. Because, like, you keep, you know, helping them, it's one of those things that you can put... I didn't check the label to see if that was the right place. Oh, I don't have to check the label. It's on my area that separates out to that location. Never mind. Yeah, no, and more power to you on that, James Against. Like I said, I've been fortunate that most of the places that I've had to deal with, like, landlords, they've generally, you know, been very understanding and very helpful. Not that if you just started missing rent, they wouldn't kick you out. But, like, broadly speaking, you know, when stuff came up, they were generally very understanding, be like, hey, like, we get it, this thing is going to make it so it's going to be a little delayed. I fortunately never had to be in a position where I just couldn't make rent or anything. But I've known, like, people in the community who, like, they were going to miss a payment. That's fine, as long as, like, they catch it up within a reasonable time frame. It's whatever. We didn't run to the whole thing where every year, you know, it was going up 10, 20, 30, 40, 50% or any garbage that you hear about. You know, the nightmare scenarios. You know, I did run in, like, there was times getting a repair took a little longer than I would have liked, but not the horror stories you hear about where people move in, there's something direly wrong with the property, and, you know, when they move out 10 years later, it's still direly wrong. Okay, let's try and, really quickly do something, which is shop, add to basket, checkout. All right. Excellent. I forgot you could do that. Alright, so my job now is I just pick up the boxes that go down these tracks and chuck them out the appropriate doors. And we just do that until I get the setup. Okay, there we go. Hey, is that all I needed? Alright. So you did at least 10-year food co-op. You can only increase their rent $3 per year, plus tax goes up versus the ratio of the property. And you gave them cheap rent because they got a ton of grant money to improve the building. It It was, say, like a Harbor Freight instead of a non-profit grocery store, a bit of a different conversation. Yeah, no, absolutely. With, when I used to run a, computer repair, like, IT consulting, that kind of business. So network, like, running networks, helping people with their various computer problems, all that. And genuinely when it came to, you know, individuals, mom and pop shops, little charity things, that I usually gave them basically a rate that I wasn't making nothing, but it was really not much. But then when I showed up at some place like Boeing or whatever, it was a substantially different rate. That was not like a family and friends rate I'd give a bunch of those big companies. I wasn't even paying attention. What's my next contract? 4 parcels of maritime. Okay. So 4 valid parcels with maritime. Okay. And this just needs to be 4 maritime parcels at all. Okay. At the end of this day, I think the most important one is that I wire up the train and the ground stuff there. You worked at the post office for 20 years. This is giving you PTSD. Sorry. I'd imagine this is a very different experience than an actual post office. Like, obviously, verifying labels and doing all that kind of garbage. How long to the next no train day? What day of the week is it? Tomorrow. So, right away. And that is all the boxes. You didn't get to open packages very often? Yeah, no, there's a lot about this stuff that, you know, is perfect for video game, but would definitely not be a thing that would fly in real life. Alright, so let's get the bridge to go over-under. Let's make sure that would work, because what we're going to do is we're going to make a little over-under right here, and we're going to tuck a little belt there. And so with that, I'm going to need 2 bends, and a bunch of straights. I will also need another cargo type splitter. Smart splitter conveyor. Oh yeah, we can worry about that. Country diverter conveyor. Okay. That thing's 10,000. Yeah, that's gonna be all the stuff later that we deal with that. So other things we want to consider is I'm going to want to have a loader. and an unloader, and a relatively large shelf. Okay, so I can't have that much. Okay. If the country diverter is new, you used to have to daisy change like 5 sorters for that? No? I have no idea. I mean, it's new. I just have no idea how you used to handle it is all. Alright. Meanwhile, now you serve basically no purpose. So go over here in a corner I will probably never need for anything. Can you go vertical with belts? So the big new thing that they've added here is they have added a brand new I'm just trying to decide how I want to do this. Actually, let's go do this. Railroad. None. Road. They have added a warehouse has a second floor to it, and you will be able to go vertical for that second floor. And pause the train after the unloader. Yep, that's basically we're getting that started. I just didn't have enough money to finish it. Go ahead and make sure we have this set up where this whole thing serves no purpose. Okay. I'm probably not gonna have enough to finish this. If that ends up being the case, that is okay. Alright. Conveyor loader. Connect storage racks to loaders will automatically store parcels as the green light connection shows. Okay, so that will load it. Yeah, so plan here is to basically hook up the road stuff, where what I'll be able to do is I'll be able to have a shelf or shelves, eventually, that I can store boxes on, so that when the train isn't available, I can tell it to stop loading the train stuff and just let it buffer onto shelves, and then keep the road stuff just going right on through. And then when, you know, trains are available, we just take it back online and all that. I think be a little bit short on what we need. Yeah, so I'll need one more turn over there. And then also need a pause, which is kind of the key aspect of it. Is the pause is a block I can walk up and be like, okay, you're turned off. And so I'll end up doing that for the planes, the boats, and the trains. But I want the pause to be after. Yep, that's fine. Just tell me I can have it unload so the boxes get put up here and they'll get taken back off. Anything left on the desk to sell? That is a fair point. There is stuff on the desk I can sell. Now, I never need to hold on to the stuff here. Okay, yeah, so I'm a bit short. Yeah, because I can go over to the desk. I got like the contraband the thing. I wonder if you could sell the desk itself. Yeah, most likely what'll end up happening is each time we do a drop-off tomorrow in game, I'll probably run over, grab a couple more belts, try and complete that. Okay, so you cannot sell the last things, which is probably fair because you wouldn't be able to inspect things at all without those, so it's probably considered like the minimum viable. Yeah, so that's not enough to do, I think. Alright, we move forward. It's always good to stop a player from soft-locking themselves. Oh yeah. And almost all the factory automation games will have some way to police that as long as you're not doing weird settings. Okay, so the trains are not available today. So the good news is everything we've got wired up here, you know, should quote-unquote just work. And so what should happen is the boxes should work their whole way through until they get to this spot. The train stuff will get diverted and start filling up this shelf. The car stuff is going to get here and fall on the floor. If we can get a merger and then 2 angles, which will be like just one load there, that should fix it. And that'll have at least that going. But then eventually what we're going to do is take this one over to the planes area. We put, you know, a bunch of shelves here to feed into there. Do the same with the boats over there. And right now, this is going to be pretty hard bottlenecked in how fast it can go. But what we will eventually want to do on this is we can go through here, upgrade all the machines, and then also go through and start upgrading the conveyor belts. Then we'll start doing our other upgrades on the property and all that to make it so we get our deliveries faster. There's more packages, they can export more quicker, yada yada. Okay, that is a car one. I will manually run that over here. Luckily, since like 70% of the boxes get rejected, it's not that big a deal. One of the other things we'll end up being able to do is, you see right now I'm piping them all into one spot. This still has another upgrade we'll get access to later that'll make it faster. There will be a point that this will be my bottleneck. And ultimately, what you want to do at that point is start running things in parallel. So, for example, with this, what I might do is all of this here might only be managing those 2 doors, and then I might duplicate this entire setup over here somewhere and then do like the next 2 doors. You get the idea. Ah. Just stay for now. All right. Just everything being rejected. But I can see... Oh, actually, you appear to be the bottleneck now. Makes sense this machine can go twice as fast, so if it doesn't get a... Like, if it doesn't separate them out that way, if it comes down the main route, this will be the place it'll naturally want a bottleneck. Unfortunately, that upgrade's 5,000. But I do think, before I worry about upgrading that to make this go faster, we want to hook up to those doors. Give me money. Okay. Gotta pay our bill. And for shop, I need a joiner and 2 of those. That's 575. So I'll need 1 more delivery. But that's fine with the boxes just rolling through and being rejected one by one. Yep. It's really kind of pathetic. Like, you stand at the end here. This entire day we've had 2 boxes that were car and 1 box that was a train, and I think 2 of those boxes over there that planes came through here. Which would include the ones that were pre-approved, of which there were a few. Like that one way back there coming up the left pipe right here is a pre-approved box. So considering, you know, maybe 1 out of 8 or 1 out of 10 is pre-approved, like how few boxes actually make it down the line is pretty negligible. One of the other things you can also do as time goes on, it's a little tricky to do because there isn't like a grab all and move it, but you know, as we saw that machine is backed up right now, if that stays that way even after the upgrades, if we expand the space there, I could put like 2 or 3 of those machines and then do a smart splitter to split the load up between them. But it's always tricky to set that up, because you can have it where you like branch it all out and then bring it back in, then branch it all out to keep having your load balancing. Or, you know, you branch out the first stage and then you just keep going down the line. You know, just duplicate everything. Yep, there goes more and more train stuff. Hey, something actually gonna go through. Oh, time to cash. And with that, we check that out. What we checked out should be enough to hook up the cars, just go straight on through, that I don't need to manually move those boxes at all. But so you had an interesting packaging issue in real life today, where someone from France sent you a copy of a book you're in, but apparently FedEx doesn't know how to deal with books being sent without extra tax on them. So they gave you the book, but then sent you a bill for $8.50 that you're not supposed to pay. I happen to know a couple of people who are involved in book publishing and all that. Like they're not authors, they deal with the publisher side of it. And yeah, it's been a thing that a bunch of the rules around how a lot of that works got kind of blown up with the fiasco going on with tariffs. That like they want to send things and they want to do it legitimately, but also everyone's trying to figure out how, because none of this was planned out or done in any kind of organized way. And it's been an absolute fiasco. So we need the pauser. And we'll need another straight belt. And that'll take care of the trains and that. And we're gonna keep the rest to the end of the day. That's not true. I'll probably do more. Okay. All right. Okay, pauser is toggled. Okay, so those blocks should go to this square. Well, either way, they're just stopping. That's the important thing. They will not advance until I toggle that back. Yeah, so for right now, we're just heaping these still over here. But, you got the idea. Alright. And just like that, we've got ourselves a really nice setup that it is fully automated for 2 cargo types. And so the next move from here is to take those 2 branch offs I've got going for the air and for the water, and, you know, making sure they get there, they have a pause, or they have shelves to buffer, all that kind of stuff. And once we've gone that far, that's when we start optimizing. So the downside is actually sitting here being like, cool, I just need 2 more maritime ones for our contract. They don't need to be valid. Let's, we can actually watch the invalid line. And I just need 1 more than that. And the reason I keep moving it is if you have a box sitting there, the box will just sit in the conveyor belt and it'll back the whole thing up. So we're just trying to keep an eye on it. Because it was how many? 4. So we get 1 more maritime box. That'll be good. Yeah, so it looks like this machine's our next bottleneck, that we want to get that one upgraded, which of course means I'll probably go down the line. One good news is each machine, if there's a % chance of something being wrong, it means, say like on this, 80% of the boxes will pass through. And let's pretend that this is going to be 80% of the boxes will pass through. It does mean gradually the amount of boxes you get down the line will get lower and lower. But it still can be a whole thing. Okay, well that's all going fine. Let's just do a run down the line. Any of you maritime? This reminds me of Lucy and Ethel's candy conveyor. I have no idea what that is. It's not necessarily old, you gotta keep in mind. Some things might be well-known, popular in some places, but, like, just utterly unknown in others. Alright. Very famous bit from I Love Lucy. Well, I've seen I Love Lucy, I just don't remember Lucy and Ethel's candy conveyor. So you definitely have seen that. It's just one of those things that, you know, it wasn't exactly like, you know, a big... Wait. Hey, we did get a fourth. Can you sell a small shelf? Can you sell a small shelf? I can, actually. That's not even a bad idea. I mostly tuned out the fact that that shelf existed. I'm trying to remember if it was, I Love Lucy or I Dream of Jeannie or which one it was. There was one of those that was filmed very close to where I grew up in my teens. So we need 7, was it valid parcels? Just 7 parcels. Alright. Because they filmed that over in Cape Canaveral, which is on the Space Coast, and I grew up in that area. Like, I remember driving through there, and so I was like, oh yeah, that was the house from, you know, like I said, I can't remember, I think it was I Dream of Jeannie. It doesn't matter which one it was. But I was like, you know, yeah, that's the house from I Dream of Jeannie. I was like, wait, what, really? Okay, 6 valid ones. Doesn't matter what they are. We can just do this while the rest is all processing. This is what you get for mailing packages not on the day that that cargo type is available for delivery. If anything, I'm the victim here. Four parcels of road type. Well, probably definitely not getting that done because there's one package way over there that I'm not going to chase down. Alright, so with that we can hit the reject button over here, get him out of here, and hit that button there. Alright. And so we went to sleep, but before we start this in-game day, we will go and start, like, routing out the next thing to where it needs to go. So again, we'll need a pauser, a loader, an unloader, a big shelf. And then just start buying a whole bunch of the conveyors to hook it all up. Okay. So this is another just that day. Okay, so what we need to do is go in here to all this. We can't get the next parcel type yet. Alright, so what we want is we will need a loader, an unloader. Where is the pauser? Did I overlook it? The pauser. Yeah, so you can get this one way later. For 50,000, they have the auto pauser where you don't even need to do what I've been doing. We can get the... Oh, wait. I want it to be a different color. Alright, so that puts us up to 3,000, roughly. So I will probably need those. And however many we can afford. Okay. So let's grab all that stuff. And then honestly, while we're doing that, I don't go ahead and start operating. I should have gone ahead and just had that going anyways. Because if you had this set up right, you can sit there and just like let this thing churn and work on projects. And then, you know, just disrupt it when you actually need to disrupt it. Okay, there's the bend. Is one of these the pauser by chance? Okay, that's the unloader. So let's go ahead and do this. Get an unloader, pauser, there. Straight, straight, corner. Straight, straight, straight. Corner, straight. And there's the pauser. That's what I wanted to check, because it wouldn't stand out very much. Oh, I accidentally clicked upgrade. I was like, why do I not have enough money? What are you talking about? Alright. And then here's the loader. All right. $40 is $40. Yep. I need to remember that I could sell that. Like, next time we go out there, I'll sell. And this will also work out because later, if I need to expand the storage, I've already got space perfectly opened up to just add another one on there. Okay. I also just remembered my contract is for road type. I need 4. Recommend leaving a 1 gap wide so you can access storage. I should be able to access the storage here just fine. All right. Well, it's all processing. We can go. That shelf's actually worth a little bit of money. Because, I mean, that should be enough that I can grab this last corner piece. Alright. How many of those did I need? Was it 4? Pretty sure it was 4. Yeah, so 4. Okay, so with that, that means the airplane stuff. They'll have trains and planes fully set up. The only problem that'll eventually happen is we'll get more packages than I have shelving unit for as we level things up. But for the time being, that's all set up. I say as our trains are actually very quickly starting to fill up. Alright. It is amusing to me that they made it so, like, to truly 100% fully automate, where you could start the day, open the door, and not do anything else. It is 50,000 for each type of cargo. Yes, things that'll need improvement is we'll need to upgrade the scanners here. They're a bottleneck. This one here specifically is a bottleneck. We do have our upgrades here. So for these, what we'll probably want to do is the automatic exports will be probably the big one. Because with that, I don't need to run around and like smack the button on the wall like this. It just do. We're very quickly filling that up. Might it be cheaper to have 2 scanners than highly upgrade 1? Yeah, but the problem with that is then I gotta tear apart this whole setup here and rearrange it. And that means all that time of not making money. So what I can probably do is just keep upgrading these, and then once we get to the point that that's like we're hitting the limit there, I take this same setup and I duplicate it down here, and then down the road I would pull the whole thing up by keeping all materials and rearrange it to be, you know, they all come in here, it splits off into like 3 tracks or whatever. Yep, that's a road. Yeah, so money-wise, yes, making 2 parallel paths would definitely be the better option. But unfortunately, time and effort-wise, it's gonna take a lot to like tear the whole thing up to make it in parallel. Okay, and the next bigger contract is you. We need it to be denied based on bad serial number. And I need 3 of them. So we can just chill here for a minute. Okay. I definitely wish you could, like, maybe you can change the color of the machines to better identify. It's like, oh, this machine is this or whatever. Because they've got their labels on them. But other than the label, it's kind of hard to notice. What is that lit icon on the far right? Oh, it's telling me it takes 105 seconds for that. I want to say they're all 105 seconds. Until you upgrade them, that is. Yeah, so I'm basically trying to keep an eye. Now, granted, really one of the things I should be keeping an eye on is some of them are automatically rejected. Yeah, so the automatically rejected ones, or the ones that pop on the serial number, are the ones likely to be okay. And I need 3. Okay. So we basically kept an eye on those. Oh, and here's where we run into a problem. If we get any more train packages, then this whole thing goes up in smoke. Yeah, because I've only got, what, 1 package over there with a bad serial number so far? And I need 2 more. Just trying to keep an eye out. We're getting down to the home stretch on this set of packages. Is the Imagine out off luckily midstream? Seems to be a bit of spaghetti occurring while I slept? Yes. I mean, it's a pretty organized setup we've got here. We've got the input line goes here, and then just each machine is, like, already approved. Not either, already rejected, and then just, if good, go around and feed the next machine, if bad, go out. Okay, we're on our last couple. Those have to cycle through the machines, as I was afraid of. Yeah, so I'll end up needing more shelves to deal with this. And there's bunches of ways you could do this. You can make it like a whole length here, you can make it split. It doesn't matter how you do it. Yeah, no, it's very factory automation, except instead of, you know, you're processing ingots into whatever, it's very like papers, please. Where you're, you know, going kind of through the various criteria. All right. So I think that's the last box. This is the last box that's going through right now. And it'll just keep on rejecting everything. Alright, so there's a very good chance at the end of this in-game day I'll be able to wire up the boats as well. And then, like I said, that's where we kind of ping-pong back and forth about improving our throughput, and then also going into the other side and be like, okay, well, now I need to make my buffer bigger. Okay, we'll upgrade a warehouse. Okay, upgrade this. The hitting warehouse 10 is a big one, just because having it so the doors can automatically send stuff off the moment it's full. So what are you? Your trains? I got you. Alright. So we'll do the same thing we've been doing, which is I don't bother hanging around now. We go to bed. That's not true. Don't do that. I push the buttons. Then we go to bed. Alright, White Tiger, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I do appreciate that. And I do hope you enjoyed the stream and all that good stuff. Alright. And the reason I'm doing this is now that we have different, like, cargo types on different days, I can go to sleep and do my work before we open if necessary. But I can do that and just, like, continue to process the things. Because, like, you know, the trains weren't available. The trains should be available today, so I can turn on the train thing even before the place is open and get my money from the train stuff without it backing up more stuff. Alright, so trains are available. That does mean I can go over here and toggle you and just let you do your thing. The others are not available. Okay. So with that, they'll just all process on through. Alright. So, let's check on what these upgrades would cost if I got the automatic thing. So you're 3,004... just do it. So the reason I did that is now I should be able to go to upgrades, and we can get automatic exports when we hit 3,000. Should I have actually gotten the stuff to do this? Probably, but we're not getting very many of those boxes right now anyways, so not really that big of a problem. Meanwhile, we can go ahead and go here. Because we got like 2 days worth of boxes to send through. Yeah, it does have enough of a lead that's not going to mess with any of the rest of the production line. Alright. We're still emptying the shelf. Okay, and now it lets me go in here and do this. Upgrades, automatic exports. Alright. So then we definitely need to get the Maritime as the next hookup. So that means whenever I open and close these doors, the package will just keep on flowing. When it's full, it'll do the export, and we're good to go. And you're only 5,000, which is... I keep looking at 5,000 being like, oh my god, it's 5,000, that's so much money. Realizing I just... Well, crap. Okay. So, we want to get another merger, but where you see this whole ridiculous setup here, most likely what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to set up a whole, like, parallel of this, and these two doors are going to be on that parallel. Because realistically, that's going to be necessary. I don't... Oh, right, we're looking for bad serial numbers. I should be paying attention. Doesn't look like many boxes have come through yet on the rejection line. Yeah, so what's going to need to happen is I'm going to need to get that far-off conveyor belt hooked up over here as well, which is add more buffer. As country got rejected on, not serial number. Yeah, so I think the next most important thing is we get the maritime hooked up, and we upgrade the weight scanner. And then we see if it bottlenecks on the serial number. If it does, we upgrade that. But eventually I'm gonna need to, like, kind of duplicate this out. And then hook up some of those other doors. Hey, we got a bad on the serial number. I believe I needed 3. Yep. We're waiting for one more bad serial number. Don't forget to sticker it. I actually don't remember if I need to sticker it. Oh, yep, you are correct. Thank you for the reminder. That's weight you got rejected on. Okay, just looking at all the pre-rejected ones and see if I could suss... That was weird, I glitched to the wall for a second there. I was just trying to see if I could spot, like... Oh, there we go. Alright. So we got our rejected ones over here. Okay, so you need 4 air cargo. That's easy peasy. Okay. All right. And 1 approved cargo. Doesn't matter the kind. It's going to be air, because that's backed up there on the shelf. Alright. So let's start looking at what we need here. So, shop, I need loader, pauser, unloader, and big shelf. And I'll start with that. And then once we have that, we can start like counting off like how much of what I need to even hook this up. I'm gonna kind of duplicate the... Is yellow was the unloader? Yeah. One second, that's not right. You need to be over by 1. Just need room for the pauser. I didn't mean to upgrade it, but that's fine. It's already upgraded. I'll end up upgrading all these anyways, so that's fine. Alright, so I will need 2 turns. So let's see. 1. So 1, 2, 3 turns. So second turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? 10. Alright, so I need 3 turns and 10 straights. And would you look at that? We're no longer floor organizing. So, for that, we don't have the money yet. So, 1, 2, 3, and 10. So it's about 3,800. Just no boxes getting down the whole line hardly ever. It's so few. It's like maybe 1 in 10 or 1 in 5. 10 joiners. Did I choose joiners? Oh, that's not at all what we want. I was like, that seemed like a lot. If I had accidentally bought that, it wouldn't have been the end of the world, because that is one thing about this, is you are going to end up needing just about all of this. Okay, well, I can just buy that right now. And then with all that, we'll have everything wired up. Okay. All right. Yeah, I still have a door over there we haven't connected either. I apparently miscounted. Alright, we can go over here and just chuck these boxes over on the other belt for a minute. Okay. Oh, right, you are right. I had one more box that I didn't have room for on my my pallet. I was about to say, it's like, I'm pretty sure I had mathed that out right. Okay, so now technically all those things are hooked up. There is a bit of a buffer problem in that, you know, there's not enough shelving to fully buffer this. So with this, I will need next one joiner and a bunch of you. We'll wait till next cash out. Alright. But yeah, so if you remember at the beginning, for those who are here to the whole stream, you remember at the beginning, like, I just sitting there, like, on the desk being like, okay, does the flag match? Okay, does the stamp match? What is the weight? Let me check the serial number. You know, let me check the stamp. Let me check the contraband. Let me check all that stuff. You get where it's just very quickly, like, the inspection desk, we've hucked it back in there in the corner because I just don't need it anymore. Yeah, so the next cash out we get here, I'm gonna go ahead and buy a bunch of straights, and we're gonna try to hook up that door over here. And we'll work on trying to upgrade some of this, expand the warehouse to unlock more tech, all that kind of stuff. It's gonna be a lot of upgrading these machines for a little bit here, because they're gonna be my major bottleneck for the moment. But, like, after that, it starts getting into duplication. But one of the pros and cons we get is the more we speed this thing up, the more efficient literally everything gets. But at the same time, the more it's going to cost me to do anything progression-wise. Okay. I definitely remember when I was going for all the achievements the very first time I played, before the update added a whole bunch to it. Which, for the record, like, I actually don't have access to the newest achievements, even though I have access to the new version. I believe the... Actually, let me see if the achievements are listed yet. Because they weren't earlier when I checked. Yeah, when this comes out, I'm assuming the Steam page will update at that point to list the new achievements. But yeah, no, I definitely remember, because of just the sheer volume of stuff I had to do, with a bunch of these ones, I put a bunch of shelves with loader and unloaders along the way to just let it buffer up the entire day to make it so I wouldn't have to, like, start and stop. And just kind of, like, had my setup going. And, you know, just kind of AFK'd it. Yeah, so we're down to our last couple boxes. Is that the last? Oh, no, there's a couple more. Okay, so you're the last package right there. And if we're lucky... See, why don't you connect it way down at the door? So you need less elements? My intention is to duplicate that there. And the way I look at it is all of this is buffer. But you're not wrong, I probably could save a bunch of money by going from here and cutting across right there. Like, I probably already have the... you're right. No, actually, I don't have the materials because I need another corner piece. It's fine. Because I could leave it open for me to add more stuff there. It's fine. I'm not sweating it. Still dealing with the last of that. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So I'll end up needing 20 of those. And I'll do that first thing in the morning, the next in-game day. Let's check on our calendar for cargo types here. So we'll be able to do maritime tomorrow. And I believe that envelope is the very last thing. Alright, we'll just race you along here. Okay. And with this, you don't have anything sitting in there. Alright. You can run over here. What? I'll do it with you in the morning. Oh, did I grab one and put it in the wrong place? It's whatever, I don't care. It must have been on me grabbing one of the boxes and moving it. Should have just left it be. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's start buffering up. We can go over to the maritime thing. Toggle you on. And run you on over here. All right. Shop. Add cart. It is 19 because I didn't realize I still had one laying around. And then with that, we have all the doors hooked up. And so the next thing is to upgrade some of our machines. Imagine the upgrade or build directly from pallets is intended entirely for the new warehouse where you scale everything up to such a big level. Okay. Oh, I should check in the contracts. Uh, 400, 3 parcels destined for Impland. They do not need to be valid. So let's go ahead and connect up this conveyor belt. And see if we can't find those packages. I'm actually curious how much more the contracts are even worth once you start having all the different stuff. Because getting like 400 for, you know, 4 of them or whatever it was, and then you turn around and you look at like the regular cost. Alright, so it's off by 1. Alright. Right now, chuck that down to the ground. We don't care where. Okay, what was Implands? Okay, it's the star in the black background. That's not right. There's 2. All right. That's what we need for our contract. I do appreciate the contracts give you something to do when you start automating more and more. All right, I have to hit the button over here. So 4 parcels for rail that are valid. 3 parcels that are valid for Mateen or whatever. Three parcels for Mateen. The other one's 4. Okay. Looking for Mateen and rails. There's a rails. Plane. Rails. Well, actually, upgrading you again is only 4,000. It's slight upgrades on all of the output conveyors. Okay, you're not what I need. You're not what I need. There's Monteens, there's one of those. There's rails. There's a boat. Alright. Yeah, so I still think the second machine in there is probably the next upgrade. Then probably circle back to the first machine and just start working up the line there. The other thing I should also check is what is the cost for the next warehouse upgrade? 3,700. It's honestly not a bad idea to get the warehouse upgrades. There's lots of stuff locked behind those. So like the parcel type here, if we get the better parcel types and all that, they ultimately just increase the amount of money you get for every single package. Alright. So we just need 2 per Monteen. Yeah, because you need what to do this? Oh, you just need 5,000. I can already do that. Alright, so that's probably the next one is the hard shell containers. Because that gives me an extra 15 bucks per every single parcel we do. And as you can imagine, that stuff just adds up. I can imagine, for doing your contracts, this strategy would be to put like a conveyor belt here, and then have a filter that you can like turn on and off and be like, okay, I'm looking for packages from Monteen, divert them here. Okay, I'm looking for packages from there, divert them here. You need one on the rejection and one on the intake. Or you'd have to have like one on each of the separate sections. But I could definitely see a lot of room for a lot of that. They get the hard cases, we'll get an extra 15 bucks per every package. So if you consider it's 8 packages and we get about $700-800 bucks per time we put them out, an extra $15 on top of that is going to end up being, you know, not quite, like about 120 bucks, give or take, per every, you know, shipment. So that'll add up real fast. At the same time, it also adds up to go faster. Which is better? I don't know. Both. So I need 2 approved and valid Montine boxes. You know what I gotta do while we wait for those? And I'll stack boxes right here. Not a 1. Okay. We got the 5,000. And that one we can't get till we're at tier 15. Nope. Alright. So we can check on our upgrades here. So the delivery size and speeds and all this up here is probably not that important to us. These are cosmetic, they don't really matter. The export size, we're not at a point. Well, actually, export size gives a bonus. I wonder how much of a difference that does ultimately make. Because the larger your set of exports, you get a bonus for each one. That might have kind of the hidden benefit of being a particularly decent bonus. I honestly don't know. It's cheap. It's $1,000 for at least the first upgrade. So we could do that, and even if the bonus is only, you know, $100, $100 would add up. It'd only be 10 deliveries, and it's paid for itself. Even if it's only $50, that's just, again, 20 deliveries, and it's paid for itself. That said, I also need to upgrade this because it likes to stay backed up all day. Hey, Stop Todd, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. You've got, you only get one of those a month, and you use it here, and I do appreciate that. It's 28 months you've been subbed to the channel, so thank you so much for that. Yeah, so it's hard to decide what is the best move, because like if we increase the throughput, that means we get more money. If we increase, I want you to make it through. U-Box, you're the chosen one. Let's see, how expensive are the conveyor belt upgrades? The conveyor belt upgrades are relatively cheap. The problem is the bottleneck. If we look here, this is not like upgrading this will do nothing for me because it hits this machine, which gets backed up because that machine gets backed up, and I don't think we're backing up past here. So I think this machine and this machine are going to need to be upgraded. Did I miss the Montine box? No. Ah, it got rejected. Montine, get your packaging sorted out, man. Okay, just need one more. Yes, the machine upgrades you. Upgrade the individual machines, yes. But that's kind of the thing, is like, the machine upgrades will make us a bunch more money. The vehicle storage upgrades will make us a bunch more money. We did buy the larger packages, which those won't take effect until the next in-game day. Will make us a bunch more money. What about the upgrading on the approved and rejected? Yeah, so I did that on that first machine to give myself a little bit of a nudge to help get the stuff out of the way faster. You're not wrong that that helps. I could upgrade just like the 1 or 2 right after, so it just kind of pulls it out real fast and that goes to the slow thing. Because that should be probably all we need to get that sorted out one way or the other. Yeah, I do think... it's a hard call. Because it's also, there's a very big price difference. Because it's 5,000 to upgrade that one machine versus like just making it so we can store more in the sale at the end of each day. Or not each day, per shipment. To get the higher bonus is only 1,000. And when I don't know which is... yeah, we are going to get to this. Cool. So that's enough to do both of the other contracts. So that'll be a nice little influx of money. So I need, just double checking, 3 valid boxes from Montine. So 1, 2, I believe you're the last one. 3. Get out of here. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So, because we don't know what's going to be the most valuable, I'm going to go with the strategy of what's the cheapest. Yeah, so we get the export size, we can boost it twice. Done and done. So that's not a thing to worry about. Oh, that didn't boost it up by just a little either. It went from 8 to 16. So that might actually be a very substantial bonus. Okay, that's probably the right decision then because of how much cheaper it was. And then the next upgrade is going to be that machine. Alright. We don't know no more Maritimes coming this way yet. I just need to remember to shut the Maritime off at the end of the day. Because tomorrow we have the planes, which I got a nice backlog sitting there perfectly ready for me to just feed it all in for instant cash. That happens tomorrow. Okay, so that's my last package here. Yeah, so I think what we're going to end up doing is just upgrading this area, like the machine, the conveyor belts in that area, that whole thing. Yeah, if you see that big wall, it says for sale. To give you an idea, the initial starting space, I believe my wall started here. And it was just this area here. So, like, yeah, it'd be about to where that second tile is there. To about here. It, like, just this area was what I started with. So it was, yeah, now to be clear, when you start, you don't have any conveyor belts, you don't have any of that. I just had this table I've shoved over here in the corner. So where I'm doing all this automated, you would have to go through and do all of these different types of checks. You unlock them one by one, so you start at the beginning, all you care about is the cargo type, and then the country flag. But you unlock one after the other to make it more complicated. And then you make automation that lets you kind of get away from the complications. Alright, so with this, and you turn that off, hit the button, and then we run over here, hit the button, and hit the button. Yeah, that seems like a pretty big bonus. That was already quite a bit more than we were making on our other packages, and that wasn't even a full stack. Yeah, so now we need to worry about throughput. There's not much opportunity to scale up the price. We got the better packages, which will show up today, and each one will add $15 to each and every individual package that has that, you know, the hard cases or whatever. They're just more valuable. There's no reason to wait. So, first target, $5,000. This guy right here. And I'm gonna go boop, boop, boop. And do one upgrade on all the outputs. Those ones already have their upgrade. Contract-wise, the big contract here is 2 packages with invalid serial numbers. We want to watch this machine for packages to come out here, and when they go this way, I want to take a quick peek to see if it's an obvious bad serial number. Not that one, it's the next machine up. So if like the serial number doesn't have the right number of digits, or it's got a letter in it, or anything else that makes it clearly bad. Oh, before I forget, we got more money just sitting right here. It's a plain day. Oh, we got a bad serial number. How many of those do I need? Just 2 this time. Okay. And another thing you'd also do is make a much bigger buffer between the machines. Yeah, so this is now officially backing up, where it's not able to move forward. This has to do with how long it's taking to process these things. And your bad serial number. Okay. The next one is 4 valid rail parcels. Okay, and upgrade you. So that cut its time down by about half. It was 105 and it dropped it down to 55. Alright, that's a valid rail. And what's the other one? It just needs to be any valid parcel. So I'll run over here because you've got to wait for today. Yeah, it says, oh, yeah, no, 10S, 5S. Okay. That makes way more sense. I don't know why I picked that box up. I don't need bad serial numbers anymore. Alright, that'll be a rail. Yep, and those are brand new hard cases that are worth extra money. So now you need to be upgraded again. What is your time? You don't say. Alright, so it's 4,000 to upgrade that thing. Okay. But the upgrade things like hard cases being pure plus money to upgrade with no other game changes seems a bit odd. Not really. When you think it's like a little trickle income bonus, there's a lot of those kind of mechanics in a lot of the Tycoon-esque games, like, you know, where you can increase the price in some of your items, or your customers are more willing to accept, you know, more aggressive haggling or whatever. You know, just your straight up linear, okay, make better, do good. Yeah, so this is now the bottleneck here. So let's try and get 4,000. We'll get that down. And if that starts to still be the bottleneck, that's when things start to become a little bit of a pain. And there's a couple things we could do, because at least that's the, like, it's good or bad label. So what I could potentially do is put that machine over here, and then have it so, you know, neutral goes this way, good goes that way, bad would be a process, but we'd, you know, bad would need to get here somehow, which is fine. I could finagle that around. Or even bad would just come right over this way or whatever. But the idea being I would do that scan farther up, and then we would probably merge it in over here. Or I'd just duplicate the whole thing. The only problem with duplicating the whole thing is it's a lot of machinery to place and then upgrade. What was I looking for? Nothing. We finished our contracts of the day. Yeah, so we definitely need to get the 4,000 here. Okay, so all those are not super close to their next level up. Yeah, it's very much the stuff going into this machine is the bottleneck now. That should help a little bit. It'll, you know, reduce the delay between runs, just because there's less time of the stuff getting into it and all that. Yeah, these are the kind of things that you could move out into parallel, that what I could end up doing is taking that machine, you know, as they expand, put one on that door, one on this door, one on this door, you get the idea. But, like, have 4 of them, and then all of the various things either have a, you know, one... There's a couple different ways you can do it. One is I can have a whole setup like this, and then create another whole setup like this, then create another whole setup like that, for parallel. The other option is I'd have the 4 conveyors come up, and it all enter the first machines, and then kind of get grouped together and do their thing and go on to the next machines. And I'm sure people have done a lot of math around which one's the correct decision because of X, Y, Z, or whatever. Okay, so you're getting ready to cash out on that one. You got a ways yet. I haven't seen that many rejections recently, which is a little shocking. That's got a ways to cash out still. It's actually looking like The serial number here might also become a backup. We haven't quite backed up on it, but we're right about to. So it'll probably be I'll fix this, and then that'll be the bottleneck, and you get how that all works. Okay. But yeah, it is one of the challenges you also run into with this game. It is the same thing you run with like Factorio and Satisfactory and all of them. Is you'll sit there and you'll be going, I can design this to be better. And you'll start tearing down your design and rebuilding it, and you will make it better on the other side of it. And there's certainly an argument to be made in that situation where it's like, okay, well now they've made it better, it is better henceforth, and therefore I will get, you know, in dividends the results. But at the same time, the whole thing shuts down while you're doing that. And so there's like that, you know, loss of opportunity that you could be making all that money or all whatever, your points, research, whatever, in the interim while you're doing that. And you have to sit there and go, okay, well, me taking the time to improve the efficiency of this now, how much do I lose in the time that goes to do that? And especially when you're playing a game where you get upgrades, will the upgrade make up any benefit that I would have gotten otherwise? Am I better off taking the system I have now that's maybe not optimized and continuing to keep it running, and then making a, you know, second better system that's going to take me longer to get turned on, but the whole time at least I'm still making money? Or again, in the Factorio equivalent, your research. Because one of the mistakes so many people make in Factorio, and this is more so than Satisfactory, but like in Factorio, is you'll have a working factory. It's really badly designed. It's inefficient because it was designed with the earlier game tech in mind. And you go, I can make this better. And you'll tear it all down, and just, you end up making very little progress because you're kind of building it up. You get one or two things unlocked, and you tear it down and rebuild it to be better. And then, you know, you tear it down and rebuild it again and again as you're trying to optimize. And 100% Factorio will punish you for early optimization, which is genuinely actually a thing that happens in both game dev and the software industry at large, is trying to optimize your stuff too early can be a thing that you're just kind of wasting time on. And it's a catch-22, is you don't want to, like, backload all your optimization, because you'll end up having problems that you need to then go back and rehash stuff. But there's, like, what level of, you know, optimization is appropriate at what stage of development. Alright. Okay, so that means it is time for you to upgrade. So it doesn't give me any information about the speed it goes. Okay, so we upgraded all the conveyor belts to this stuff. But I think that's our next upgrade here, is because now we're starting to see it back up a little bit after this machine at times. Ooh, actually, we might be hitting the point that the conveyor belts themselves are becoming my bottleneck. Because you look at this, whatever the time is, alright, we'll just have to wait. Yeah, it's only taking like a second or two now. Wouldn't a splitter in a second setup be cheaper than multiple upgrades? Yes and no. The thing I gotta keep up is if I want to splitter this, my choices are I tear all of this down so that I can move it to make space for the splitter and all that. Or I can start duplicating the whole thing out, at which point I can't really use it until it's fully duplicated. And you get the idea what's going on there. And it could be a thing that I go, okay, well maybe I put the splitter way up here and then reverse these belts that way, and then fish it back over here, and that's not doable. but that will be a whole thing. Versus right now, if I keep upgrading these, once I've got it kind of like maxed out, that's a whole thing. But there's definitely pros and cons. Ultimately, we will have to parallel it in the long run. Yeah, so now we're backing up on this one. And I should periodically, even if we are doing these upgrades, I should periodically just tear down a wall. Because you look at the cost of these upgrades, they get pretty chunky. But like a wall's only like 3,700. Random question, did you ever stream Dune Awakening? No, I didn't end up. When it was kind of advertised as being very like Rust-esque, that basically was a complete turn-off to it. Like, I know a lot of people who really enjoy it, and it does look pretty cool, but the moment it was like, oh yeah, there's going to be PvP, you're going to have your bases, and you're going to attack each other, it's like, yeah, it's not the game for me. I played Rust way back in the day, and the joke I used to have is Rust isn't a PvP game, it's a AFK game, where people just destroy your crap when you try and sleep. And it was definitely one of those games that before they had, like, the schedule of when people could attack, it was definitely one of those ones you'd keep a schedule of people being able to, like, kind of watch things going. I'm like, man, I remember timing out the raids in World of Warcraft so I could do my stuff, and EVE Online, making sure you scheduled so people were there to do things. Like, I am not going back to those days. Yeah, no, I heard it's gonna go single player. Which I actually, very genuinely, I would be curious. My only hesitation there is if it is built and balanced around multiplayer, but then adds single player. That can be hit and miss. Some games do that really well. Some games, when you go and you play it, it ends up being one of those things that's like, okay, you kind of bolted single player on there, but you do see a lot of the kind of not ideal for single player choices. Like when we were doing spacecraft, there was a lot of the spacecraft when you're playing on your solo, and there was lots of like timers you had to deal with and all that kind of stuff. You're like, these timers exist for multiplayer reasons. Like, these timers exist entirely for multiplayer live service kind of reasons, which when you're playing a game single player and those timers exist is a feels bad, man, because you're artificially having your progression slowed by something that's nothing related to your player capabilities or anything, because they need to, you know, keep a certain pacing with the multiplayer so that one person just doesn't blitz past everyone by no-lifing it. Yeah, there was a solo thing, but the multiplayer also has PvE only. Yeah, I don't mind PvE only. To me, that's better than the PvP. Like, for the record, I used to play a lot of competitive PvP games back in the day. But between a whole bunch of things, between, like, cheaters and toxic communities and all that, I very much just kind of was like, you know what, I just don't feel like it. And then also, like, when you want to play solo, a lot of those games, if PvP is an aspect of it, they're balanced around PvP, which kind of, again, makes for a subpar not PvP experience. You played on PvE, Storge, you didn't find any issues? That's good. The dev said when the solo mode launches, the player gets to adjust a bunch of things like resource resistance. Yeah, that's good. Any game that gives you that whole thing where you can kind of go through all your settings and adjusting and all that. So you're actually catching the back end of your stream for once. Oh, you went to bed early? Hey, Cocoon, how's it going? Alright, so the boat's good there. Alright, so that means we have got nothing else going here, so hit the button there. And cargo type. So tomorrow, no planes. Alright. So I got you upgraded. I think the next thing we'll do is we'll take down a piece of wall just to keep the warehouse progressing. Because it does lock a lot of things. Oh, you'll do that automatically for me. The wall was probably, what, 3,700? Alright. Yeah, so we got a lot of just random things to upgrade. Good times. You could relate. You feel like you aged out of competitive PvP? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that's not a factor. It was, I've told the story a bunch of times. It was right around the time, like, PUBG was really hot. Escape from Tarkov was really popular at the time. I was also playing Heroes of Newerth, which is, you know, similar to Dota and all that. I was playing kind of all those games around the same time. A bunch of them with friends and whatnot. Not so much Escape from Tarkov. I was playing that mostly on my own, but the other ones mostly with friends. Let's double check. So, cargo tape, we have just the ground deliveries. Those are all turned on. These are turned off. Go ahead and pop the doors, because there's no reason to wait. Let's see, to be honest for you, it was the Omni Hunter's Dune equivalent to the heliplane in one. It feels a good experience to overall. I have no idea on that one whatsoever. Like I am oblivious to that one. But so I used to play like a lot of the competitive games back then, very heavily. So I need 2 with bad serial numbers. But what ended up happening is I was playing those 4 games and others, but those are kind of the 4 big ones around the same time frame. And so, like, with PUBG, like, you go into a match, and it's, like, every single match. Not really. It was, like, it was genuinely, for a while, there was, like, 2 out of 3 matches. You'd get maybe a couple minutes into the match, and then suddenly you'd see someone's name headshot, someone named headshot, someone named headshot, someone names headshot, someone names... And it'd be the same person's name going down the entire list. And you'd see this person going Mach 5 across the map, you know, just running down a car on foot. And then headshotting every shot across it. And it'd be like 2 out of 3 matches a night, which is about what I could squeeze in around work. So, very much made that, you know, not fun, because, you know, you'd spend a lot of time in the queue and doing all that. And you'd sit there and go, you know, I've spent the last 2-3 hours playing games, and I got maybe 1 round that was even, you know, playable. This isn't very fun. I'm not having a good time. This is not how I want to spend my time after work, just getting frustrated by cheaters. And at the same time, I was playing Heroes of Newerth, which is a MOBA. And I was genuinely really good at Heroes of Newerth. PUBG was fine, but Heroes of Newerth was actually really solid of a player. I tended to play initiators more than anything else, but, you know, then support. But, what ended up happening with that is, like... Okay, for some reason my eyes made it think it fell through onto the belt below. But what ended up happening with that one is just... We were winning around. It wasn't like it was a complete shutout, but we were winning around. Everyone had a positive kill-to-death ratio. The teamwork was actually pretty good despite everything. And we had a person on our own team just, like, absolutely going on a tirade about how we're all terrible and all sorts of just, you know, shitty attitude, basically, you know, telling you that you should go kill yourself and everything. And I was sitting there going, we're winning. Objectively, everything about this should be a good time tonight. Like, we're winning the match. It's not a complete shutdown, so it is a fun match that we're having to put effort in. You know, people are playing solidly. If you remove this one person being absolutely awful, everything about this should be kind of what you're looking forward to. But this one person kind of ruins it. And you'll have people like, oh, well, just, you know, just mute the person in audio. It's like, yeah, but the moment you do that in a MOBA, you basically just said, I don't want to win tonight. There's some MOBAs that have gotten better about not requiring voice comms to at least do decently, but how fast you have to react and how much you kind of have to predict what your teammates are doing and having the awareness of others and all that, you can't play those without it. And so it's definitely one of those things that literally that was the last time I played the game. After that, it just kind of like, you know what? I'm not having fun. Like, I'm spending my night, and I'm just not having a good time. Because these people are awful. And I would go and play one of those, like, if I had a bunch of my buddies that used to play, popped in, they're like, hey man, do you wanna go play some... Here, I probably actually would say no. But at the time, I probably would have been like, yeah, you know, playing with some friends, sure, because I don't care what the other team is saying. If the other team wants to be toxic as hell, I'll just mute them. There's no strategizing I'm gonna be doing with the other team, hopefully. And there's our 5 valid packages. And so it's definitely, that's what got you out too much. Too much cheating and toxicity in every single game out there. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. Like, literally, I just kind of hopped off the game that night. And that was pretty much the last time I played a competitive game more than, like, a one-off with friends or whatever. Because, like, Escape from Tarkov, I kind of ducked on that one after a while. Like, I used to play that a ton as well. But it's usually just early reset I like to play. Once people started getting all juiced and teched out and everything, even though, like, I could do decently well at that, it still wasn't as fun for me. It wasn't as fun with everyone having their contacts and their armor and all that, and it just definitely changes the way the game plays when most people are all decked out versus the early one where, you know, this person's running around with a good gun, that one's got armor, this one might have a bunch of medical, but, like, no one really kind of has everything because everyone's trying to get through the reset. But, man, after I have to do those same handful of quests every single season or whatever they called it, and doing it, like, for the 3rd or 4th time, I was kind of like, you know what, I'm just not in the mood to go looking for these stupid keys anymore. But you only played MOBAs with a full group of friends to dodge toxic randos? Sadly, that was like 15 years ago. Yeah. I'm trying to remember how long ago PUBG did drop, because it would have, like I said, Heroes on New Earth would have been around, not right when PUBG dropped, but it was like, when, I mean, that I stopped because I don't remember which one I started playing first. But it was kind of like PUBG had been around for a little while to the point that the cheaters properly started to ramp up. And it was around then that, like, all 3 of these were kind of happening at the same time that just kind of really turned me off to multiplayer stuff. Alright. So, if you look here, we now have extra doors. So we got an extra door dedicated to rejected items and an extra door dedicated to truck items. So that's where you can go into all this and go ahead set, you know, stuff to go over that way. Alright, so we got that done. So where's the next bottleneck? So it's probably going to be you on the country. And every little one of these we do means the next day we make that much more money. That's what got you like a better... Yeah, no, it's just one of those things. Yep, online cheats are crazy common these days. I don't do so much, especially with the anti-cheats being so overprivileged on the OS level, yet completely ineffective. Yeah, no, I mean... I don't even know what the answer to a lot of that is. So there's definitely some things that games can do that generally there's, when you're developing a game, you can decide how much is determined by the server and how much is determined by the client. And the more you let the client determine, the more vulnerable you are to cheating, because you are trusting the client to do what it's supposed to do. And you can't. But the more you offload onto the server, the more noticeable things like latency and, you know, that kind of stuff becomes, and also, quite often, the higher cost it is to run the servers. And so it's not one of those things like, with multiplayer, there's not an easy answer to any of that. There's give and take. And so the games that have done better about preventing cheating end up having more and more of it that the client doesn't have the information. Because a lot of cheating is, you know, your game client knows where all the other players are, so it can, you know, render them and all sorts of sound effects of them moving around and all that kind of stuff. But because it knows that, the person on that client can then be like, okay, well, just show me those things. Like, alter the code, and where the game knows where it is, put the person there. And that kind of thing. So then you have to be like, okay, on the server side, would the player be able to see the character at this moment? You know, are they in close enough awareness that that should be information passed over? And yeah, and it's one of those things. That's where you run into where you run around a corner and you had a lag spike, and then suddenly the person appears in front of you out of, like, the ether because it was trying to prevent people from cheating and doing, like, you know, texture shenanigans and all that kind of stuff. And it's really a tricky one to do. Zero Trust architecture is a bit rough for multiplayer, though. Yeah, that's exactly the problem. It's the give and take that when it comes to any type of, like, security, enforcement, anti-cheat, any of that, there's a give and take about, like, there's the convenience side of it. There's, like, you know, you got, like, the convenience side of it that all these security measures can create inconveniences. What is how much are you helping the problem versus how much is the thing you are trying to do to prevent the cheating worse than the actual cheating? And then, you know, you got latency issues and all these kind of things, and additional computation, and giving root access to the operating system, and all these kind of things. And it's really, really rough now. But there's even external hardware made specifically for cheating now. You run your video through it, and it does all the cheating calculations, then injects the keyboard and mouse commands into the USB pass-through for your normal keyboard and mouse. Yeah, no, it doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all. That is an industry that is making bank. Okay, so it's 4,000 for the next upgrade. The only thing we got out of that one is, I think it was a wall divider. We are actually making good progress now, because it just ended the day a minute ago, and it's just about to get to these machines now. We're actually doing relatively well on getting all this stuff sorted out. Okay, so that'll be the next thing. Which cheating industry was criminalized to the point of jail time distribution? So it actually, in some countries, it can be. That depending on the nature of the cheats, people have gotten effectively criminal sentences for it. Not the individuals cheating, but usually the individuals creating and distributing the cheats. Now they're not like a major crime usually, but there has definitely been times that, you know, and it's usually it's creative ways of approaching the law and all that, which is its own problem. The one that really gets you laughing about cheating is cheating in Mecha Chameleon, because there's no goal like hide and seek. Yeah, I mean, to me, that's the thing that's so sad about it. It's like, okay, you know what, I don't agree with it, but, like, I understand, you know, you're playing some tournament and there's a cash prize or there's this big prestige, or sure, it's still entirely wrong to cheat, but, like, you get there's a pressure, there's an incentive there. But then when you're playing, like, a nothing game that nobody cares about, there's no, like, continuing score or anything, you're just goofing off playing this silly game and people are cheating. It's like, man, how fragile is your ego that you have to cheat just to, like, you know, kind of ruining the fun for everyone involved just to feel like a winner? Like, how incapable and how sad are you that is the bar you need to hit? Because, like, I get it when people are, like, just doing the science of, hey, I think I might be able to cheat doing this, and then fuss around on their own and maybe do, like, a round to see if it worked. Because there's definitely an interesting in taking things apart and engineering and all that side, and I actually respect that a lot. But when people just get, like, you know, go on to whatever, download, like, the most sussy cheat out there, like, just go on the internet, download some executable file, and run it on their computer. Because, you know, someone beat them in Halo last week and it made their fifis hurt. It's definitely one of those things you're like, man. Alright. And to give you an idea, in this one day, we have upgraded 3 of these machines and a ton of conveyor belts. So, like, we are making better and better money. So while these are expensive to upgrade, we are just blasting down this line. Then you get anti-cheat devs proposing Ring 0 access for anti-cheats. Oh yeah, no, that's like... And the worst thing is, like, having the anti-cheats running, like, buried in your operating system, like, all in its guts and all that. It's like, nah, man. Especially with these security things, one thing that people forget is any piece of software on your computer is a potential attack vector. So if I have an anti-cheat there that has root access to anything, and some malware author finds their way to get their teeth into that malware, or into that, I mean, I'd call it malware, the anti-cheat engine or whatever, congratulations, you just gave malware root access to your system. It's got everything. It's one of the reasons why back in the day with I mean, people still do it, that it was generally recommended you never run more than one antivirus. Like on your system, like your regular scanning one, doing a one-off scan, sure, that's fine. But like from your day-to-day, you only run one antivirus, because your antivirus within itself can be an attack vector. It's still worth having one, and I would recommend having one, but the point was, by having a bunch of different ones, and they're all having those really low-level access to your computer, you are basically poking a bunch of holes in your computer to be potentially attacked through. Again, you should have an antivirus of some kind. Granted, nowadays you can get a bunch of free ones built in your operating system and all sorts of stuff, depending on what operating systems you're using. But it's definitely one of those things that, you know, it's the same thing like back in the day we had to poke holes in our networks to port forward and all that to allow for certain functionality. Using that with intent and all that is fine. You just got to be careful how many holes you poke. But if you start poking tons and tons and tons of holes, you eventually start increasing kind of the surface area you have for attacks to hit you. Alright, today we can let the aircraft stuff on through. Yeah, providers like CrowdStrike, screwed up globally. You don't have higher trust in random anti-cheat company. Yep. It wasn't a few years ago that some antivirus ended up with their update server stolen, which happily downloaded malicious updates. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't recall that happening, but I also haven't been paying attention to that super much at the moment. But I mean, we've certainly had other things that have had their certs taken, so I would be zero shocked if that has occurred. Because there's definitely some really sketchy antiviruses out there these days. Let's see, antiviruses also might recognize other antiviruses as malware, because one way to recognize malware is looking for software that tries to get high-level access. Yep. And another thing is if you're sitting there running your computer, and you've got something that's trying to be more sophisticated on virus detection than just, did I see a signature I recognize? If suddenly you have some program, and it is just sifting through your memory and your files, and loading all of it and running some process on it, that is some sussy behavior. So it's definitely going to flag something being like, hey man, I don't know about this. A few years back, crowdsource brought down like 70% of the global infrastructure due to messed up update. Yeah, that was a little different, but yes. Alright, pay our bill. We've got here 3 parcels that must be valid from Mateen. There's 1. There's 2. I was pulling this off the right line, right? Yeah. Okay, what other ones are there? 2 to Lig Ball, doesn't matter, and just Chen in general. These are the 10 in general. Oh, do the Lig Ball ones have to be valid? No. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Eight, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So we need 2 to Lig Ball and 1 that is approved for Mantine. The Lig Ball can be good, bad, or otherwise. We don't care. There's Lig Ball. There's another Lig Ball. Alright, so just need 1 that's valid to Mantine. Did we get 1 valid to Mantine? And then we got all 3 of the contracts for the day sorted. Alright, there's a Mantine package on its last stop. Come on, pass. Pass. Heck yeah. Alright. And we can go right over here. There's the 3 for Mantine that are valid. And here's the 2 for Lig Ball. And then here's the 10 in general. I'm honestly starting to wonder if the contracts are really worth it. Because if we consider, for example, I was making somewhere... Alright, so this is 10, right? I think with 10 we were making about 11,000. Or not 11,000, geez, that would be way too much. 1,100. And with this, you don't seem to get the regular base pay for the packages, processing them normally. You seem to get just the contract amount. So it does make me wonder if it's one of those things that, like, maybe it's worth it early game. We're not processing that many. Yeah, because that's 370. There's no way I'm not making more than 370 from that normally. It almost feels like what you would want to do with your contracts is when you have a day like this, where, for example, I've got all of the boats here, and I can't send them out. I can use a contract to dump those off to avoid them backlogging. It's also something to actively do versus stand around. Okay, shocker, the next machine is the bottleneck. Which we should get our payout on that machine here in just a minute. You're about to pay out right now. Okay. If there's anything like Alchemy Factory, you assume the contract is a bit more value, but extra manual work. Well, that's what I'm saying is right now, we just did that one, which was 10 packages and gave me $370. I don't believe it gave me the base pay for those packages, and those packages are definitely paying more than that. By context, that much, I am making somewhere in the area about like $1,000 or whatever. Okay. Okay, so we got the one machine that's not fully upgraded now. And then the next chunk of the factory is probably 4,000. Yep. Yeah, and if this starts bottlenecking, this can't be upgraded again. Like, that's the point where I have no choice but to parallel it. Which we're probably not far from needing to parallel it. Which, for those who haven't seen what paralleling it is going to be like, I'm basically taking this whole setup from here to the right and there to the left. I would go over here and I would duplicate it like over in this spot. And then what we'd end up doing is I would end up bringing a conveyor back here to feed into that one. Or actually, you know what? I'd probably actually feed it over into that corner. But either way, I'd feed it into the rejection line. And then for the success line that we get everything out of it, I'd probably just merge it into this one and just let it separate out using the existing filters. Because ultimately, I don't have that many doors yet. We can definitely fix that in time. But a lot of this will keep scaling up more and more and more to the point you start really kind of filling in the space. Like, one of the things that'll happen is as we continue to improve our throughput on the packages, these buffer shells I've added here, I'll end up needing to like double and triple them up because the number of packages I will process in a day will be enough to back up into the rest of the system. And because those won't be available yet that day, it's not like I can do anything to really resolve that. Yes, this has already become like our next bottleneck, which is shocking nobody. I'm about to get paid from... Yep. Okay, so every one of those machines is at its tier 2. There is a tier 3, which wouldn't be terrible to get. I don't want to do that right now. It is $10,000. That is a non-inconsiderable amount of money. Okay. Yeah, and I'll just do these two here. That basically should mean the entire approval route of going through the filters and getting approved. The conveyor belts will be fully upgraded once you actually get into that area. And then all of the scanners are at least at level 2, with the first scanner being at level 3. So you're not going to get reset again. You might get some stuff through. Yeah, because I want to upgrade that belt. And that's just so, like, the stuff getting off of this gets out of the way quickly, and then once it's on its separate paths, I'm less worried about it, because if we do the consideration of, you know, let's say it's 1 in 3 chance that it takes any of these routes, you'll have the full volume coming here, and then only a third of them will go that way. So I just need 1 out of 3 packages to be able to get through that belt. And obviously it won't be that uniform. Okay, so you're going to go ahead and give me a cash out. Okay. So then the next wall upgrade, or the next warehouse upgrade over here is 4,000. And I mean, we're making, like I said, we're making something like 10 or 12,000 a day now. And so tomorrow, that needs to be off, that needs to be off. And no train, so we need to turn this off. Okay. So tomorrow is just ground deliveries. Yeah, so we'll expand the whole location, and I'm gonna start slowly building out a duplicated setup. That way, you know, we can start plugging some of the other entrances in and using our existing infrastructure. Obviously, a lot of it will have to be split out later. Like, there'll be a point where if you really want to optimize, you just have to start tearing stuff down. Okay. So double checking. Train system is off. Planes are off. Boats are off. Question for contracts. Do the packages you send out on contracts count towards the packages you handle in the course of the day? I don't... So they might count on the board. Probably not. But they don't count because we get paid from this when I push the button for a full inventory. So I'm honestly looking at the contracts, and I'm thinking a lot of these aren't actually that good, because this one pays 420 for 3 parcels. Now that's actually probably decent. Because for 3 parcels, 420 is actually pretty good. And it is air parcels, and I can't deliver air parcels today, normally. So we could sit this right over here. But then let's check the other one. So 3 parcels for 240 bucks. Now, 8 parcels is making me about $800 or so before some of our other upgrades. So I would expect that this is paying me less than I would actually get if I were to just go ahead and do it normally. This is 175 for 1 parcel. This is probably more. Oh, does that have to be approved? Yeah, it has to be valid. That's fine. They'll build up on that shelf, and then we can just take them off the shelf. Yep, so we're going to wait for our first payout today. And when we get that, I'm going to buy the next section of this place. Let's see what's actually still locked behind tiers of the warehouse. Because the warehouse price doesn't seem to be going up that fast. So at tier 12, I can get the launcher conveyor. We can get the country diverter at 10,000. Which where you can divert the country stuff out. The vertical elevator, move parcels upwards or downwards to different warehouse levels. That's new. We have the speedway conveyor, a longer straight conveyor 4 times as fast as a typical conveyor. You have the auto pauser conveyor, which is like the big one. It is ridiculously expensive at 50,000. But then the intention would be, I could put one here, I could put one there. Yep, no, we're playing the brand new update that's actually coming out. It's probably less than 12 hours now, but it's coming out later today. For everyone, it's a free update, not a DLC or whatever. But it is a thing that is adding an extra warehouse with a second floor to it. So I honestly imagine that's probably locked behind upgrading these. Or opening up more of the warehouse. Alright, we're probably going to run problems with this shelf here. And if that happens, I'll need to probably have a splitter here, a loader, unloader, and another shelf here kind of deal. The alternative is I, like, zigzag this back and forth. They take about the same space. Hey, FG, how's it going? We get a shout out for FG Squared, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here, does like a lot of RimWorld, has done like Oxygen Not Included, a whole bunch of those other games. Definitely good times. Alright, so we got the launcher thing. So this is another train area we can go to. And then the next one is 4,300, and it'll probably be 4,700 after that. So I'm enticed to potentially rapidly expand that to unlock the more tiers. Because like I said, I'm betting all things. How's the new update treating you? So good so far. We haven't reached most of the new content yet. Like we've seen some of it that exists, but like the new warehouse with the second floor is locked behind tier 15. Most of it is like end game stuff. The dev did offer to give me a save that like already had, you know, everything. And honestly, genuinely, what I could do here at the end of stream is pop onto my old save that I 100% of the game and just buy my way into seeing like what the new building looks like. I probably should do that actually. How about after this in-game day, let's hop over to my big save and then just check out the new warehouse to make sure we're actually looking at it. Oh, that does remind me. That does remind me I got something I need to do. And that something is, if you would like a copy of this game, the dev did provide me a spare key, just one. So I'm going to go ahead and put up this. If you would like a copy of the game for yourself, or a friend, that's fine too. I don't care what you do with it regard to that, just don't sell it. Do !join. The only requirement is when I draw it, which will be probably here in 10-15 minutes. We'll say the end of the day. The end of the in-game day, we'll do the drawing. We'll do the drawing. You just have to say something in chat along the lines of, yes, I would like the game. Awesome. I got, you know, like, thank you, or like whatever. Just anything to acknowledge that you do, in fact, want the game. Because we have definitely had it before where people enter without, like, paying attention to what it is. And then you give them the game and they're like, oh, I didn't want that, or oh, I already have it, or whatever, which, you know, people don't pay attention. It's fine. But that is the reason why I do have it as a requirement that you just say something in chat at that point when your name is drawn. Okay, any valid parcel. Yeah, because the trains are going to back up here soon. I honestly think this might be the main benefit of the contracts after the early game, is for stuff that's going to back up anyway. It's just a way to kind of delete stuff. So road parcels that are valid, I don't think this is worth it. Okay. So it does look like I am going to need to duplicate my train setup, because that's... You know, actually... Yeah, so we're at the point... Oh, actually, you backed up here. Okay. It's just more upgrade stuff kind of doing that. You want the game for your board? That's totally fine. As long as someone's actually using the game. The only thing we don't want is it to get sold on the gray market, because it's really bad for devs. As long as it's not getting sold in the gray market or whatever, that's totally fine by me. You want to give it to someone, use it yourself, that's all good. Alright. Probably not the correct decision, but I'm going to go pop this wall open. All it took for you to get your watch streak back was to get surgery. That's an expensive way to get your watch streak back. But thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. 7 stream streak. That's a tongue twister. I really do appreciate it. All right. Yep, we're gonna let these boxes all get sorted. Do all that stuff. Nah, it's been fun to revisit this game after all this time. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. So the correct thing for me to do at this point would be to make more of a buffer here. But right now I can just chuck all those on there for the moment. Glad to hear both of you are having your recoveries post-surgery go as smoothly as can be hoped for. Again, that's 4,600. I was going to guess 4,700, but that's fine. Okay. Yeah, so it seems like they're actually going pretty fast through the system now. And it is this one being the bottleneck again. So we'd want to upgrade that to 10,000. Which I'm assuming drops that down to 2 seconds from 5. Or 2.5 or whatever. Maybe even 3, which is fine. Just the sheer number of rejected boxes always tickles me. So that should be cashing out any second now. I have new mail. Amazing work. I just want to say how impressed I am that you got this far. I really had no confidence in your abilities whatsoever. As a small thank you, I've arranged for the regional sorting center on the other side of the courtyard to be made available for purchase. You can find it using the door at the back of the contracts room. Let's see. It's your new type of warehouse which requires sorting parcels by country instead of by typical cargo type sorting. I hear it even has a fancy second floor. Good luck, the boss man. Alright. And then we got the other door over there. Okay, so let's go ahead and we can pop over here. And obviously I can't afford it. Okay. Regional sorting center, $500,000 cash only, no free refunds, now available, only one left. Oh, and that URL, that's the game devs. Dasan Digital is the game devs of this. Yeah, to be fair, that's not as bad as it sounds. Alright. To be fair, like, that's actually not as bad as it sounds. About the time I wrapped up things for the first, like, the initial stuff, we're gonna actually pull up my save file and I'll show you where we're at. Okay. So we're at day 28. So if we go back to the main menu, you've done so well making me money for peanuts. That's what I want, is even more money. Yep. So we go here and we go back. So this is what we just did. So to give you an idea, 100%ing the game, all the achievements before I did 60 days. Oh, right. Giveaway. All right, thank you for the reminder. And so, Zach Quicksilver, if you would like a copy of the game, all you gotta do is say something in chat. Just basically anything being like, awesome, yeah, I want it, cool, doesn't matter, just something to acknowledge that you are here and would like the game. I would like a copy of the game. That is good enough. That is perfect. So what I'm going to do is I will whisper you. It'll take me just a minute. I'm just grabbing the key from my email real fast. That should be the key there. And I was about to call a game the wrong name. All right. And make sure I got the whole key. That is not the right key at all. Okay, I see what happened. I switched keyboard layout, so it's the key I used earlier for something else today. Make sure I got the whole key. Make sure I got the right person. And there you go. It should be in your DMs on Twitch. So let me go ahead and move that now. Because if I don't move that, I'll think I haven't given that key away. And then I'll try to give it away a second time, and that doesn't work. I did not want to get rid of that entirely. Hang on. I do need that to make sure things... Okay, cool. I know, you've been watching it while playing the Terra Firma Punk because you were playing Vintage Story? Yeah. So, let's go ahead. So you can see, like, this is what I was saying before, is, and if you look at this with Parcel Simulator, this first save, we 100%ed. Like, I did everything, and I did all but 2 of the achievements on stream. There's, like, 2 achievements that were just, like, grindy, like, the unlock everything, or, like, the certain number package. I don't remember, but there was 2 that was, like, just let the game run kind of thing. But we got ourselves $678,000 doing this. So the amount of time I played today, it's about twice of it. But let's pop in, because I actually don't remember my layout in this, because I know I tore stuff down to do achievement stuff and all that. So I don't know, like, how functional things are right now. Alright. Yeah, so you can see we have the whole unlocked area. Right, and I was actually working on making another duplication. That's what all these boxes are over here. We have, like, kind of a staggered layout here to have a lot more of a buffer on a bunch of stuff. But broadly speaking, same general idea. Oh, right, I forgot I tossed this back here. Unpaid bill collected. That's fine. Billing paid. Yep, and that's the exact same dialogue. So it looks like I can actually go through... I walked through that door, but it looks like I can go through this one. And... boom. Regional Sorting Center. The Regional Sorting Center in this warehouse, you must sort and export parcels by their country rather than their cargo type. Employee of the month, and all that. So we would have the door here. And we go way over here. Country doors. Export doors in the Regional Sorting Center accept parcels grouped by country. You can configure the country for a door using the display above the door. Okay. Oh, this is going to be interesting. I see. So, different days, different countries will be available. So, what we're going to ultimately need to do here is, in this giant space over here, I'm going to have to kind of split everything out by their countries. And apparently they don't care about, like, any of the other stuff. I actually don't know if we have to do any of the other validation or it's strictly by countries. I'm guessing just by the countries. But yeah. And the schedule changes every week. Yes. So I think the idea here is you're going to have way back here, you're going to have all your different stuff sorting into your different countries. And then over here, you're going to have where you can, like, merge the things in on different locations. And it will be just a thing that you configure these doors to whichever. Can you do multiple countries? Okay, so each one of these is one. So what you'll end up doing is just the idea of, like, let's say we've got the purple flag here. So I would set this one purple flag. And I would have, like, over here, where I buffered all the purple flag ones, I would unpause the belt, and it would feed through onto there. And, you know, then that one would be the next flag and the next flag. But it would definitely be one of those ones where you're going to have, like, this all back here of, like, all your different countries buffered. And then just having effectively a set of belts here where you could kind of put each one of them onto track 1, 2, or 3 to go there. Yeah, no, I saw that it's 5 on the first day. So that does make me wonder if we expanded the space. Because I do see we can expand the space over here. How much do you cost? It's probably a lot. Oh. Oh, this one isn't based on money. I have to successfully do the things. But yeah, no, I can see. And you can use... It looks like you can go up through the roof, even. There is another door upstairs for the invalid shipments. That does mean we will need to go through the process of going, is this the right flag? Is this that? Yeah, so it looks like back here we're going to be setting up our infrastructure for, you know, like, do you have a correct label? Do you have this? Do you have that? And the only difference is instead of going plane, boat, you know, rail or whatever, it's based on country. And we do have another door up here that feels like it'll be a thing. Oh, good. We have an actual bed here. Excellent. We actually have our own desk. We have a gangway we can get above to look down at our factory. Well, distribution center. Okay. Now, with that said, though, chat, I know it's gonna be wrapping up just a little bit early tonight. I'm kind of in that if I start tackling this, it's gonna just take me time. I'm actually wondering if that's saved and if I'm gonna be in for a punishment there. Because the reason I'm saying that is I'm curious. It did save already. Alright, because they are adding new achievements and they're not active yet, and I'm betting buying that as one of the achievements, so I'll have to go and get that achievement. We'll see. Maybe if I load up the save where I've already got it purchased, it'll count. If not, well, I got another playthrough we started. But my stomach's getting pretty upset, so I'm going to go wrap up a little bit early tonight. It's also one of those things. Could you show what languages the game is in? Yeah, so the game supports English, French, German. I actually don't know all the language here, like Brazil, Portuguese, Japan, Korean. Oh, the flags are behind you. My apologies. Here, I'll just hide my camera for 2 seconds. Yeah, so you got a lot of different language supports there. A good, what is that, 9 languages? But yeah. So with that said, though, I am gonna wrap up a little bit early. My stomach's just being a little bit of a booger, and it's a thing that I can resolve, but it'll take a while. So rather than doing all that, I do hope everyone enjoyed the stream and all that good stuff. I might do this tomorrow, where we beeline to the new warehouse. So what I might do, maybe play this off stream to get the money for the new one, so you're not watching me just repeating the process there. No, actually, we could just probably jump on the other save. So I might do the new content on this save tomorrow. I might also do RimWorld. I haven't quite decided one way or the other which way I'm going to go with it. We'll figure it out when we get there. Regardless, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future, because that is how this whole thing works. If you're watching over on the YouTube side, we are going to be ending the stream over there. There's no host ready over there on the YouTube side, so don't forget to like and subscribe, but thank you so much for tuning in. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is put up my ending stream screen, and see who I can find